Hey everyone, welcome to the dev stream. First things first, I'm gonna try to increase my audio. My audio levels a little bit. Let's see here. Okay. Gonna look at the filters on here. How do I look at those filters? Where are they? There's filters. Here we go. And then there's a noise gate. I don't want anything about that. There's the limiter threshold, and then there's just the gain. I could probably, I think lowering the limiter threshold. No, that's just increase the gain to like 13. Oh, I closed it. Testing. I think it could even be going to the red, right? That shouldn't be clipping. Let me turn this on. Look at the, let me go to the actual video here. Watch the video so I can make sure it's not clipping. I can't even stand clipping for half a second. Video here. Watch the video. So I can testing. I can't even stand clipping for half a second. Video here. Watch the video. So I can testing. Okay, it's not even close. All right. A little bit more filters. How about, oops. Oh, I can't type it. All right, let's just go up to 10.5 decibels. How about that? Close. Testing. It still doesn't even seem like it's close to clipping. I think one of the confusing parts about OBS is it says it's in the red, but it's actually, even when it's in the red, it's still, the red, it starts at -8 decibels. Usually I'm used to the red starting at 0 decibels. So I think we can make it go a lot higher even. Let's add testing. Gosh, it's still at -5 dB. That's not clipping, right? Let me listen. Play it. Testing. Okay. Play it. Testing. Is this the content you guys came for? Could I have done? That was almost, that sounded a little bit like it was clipping, but I usually don't yell like that because I try to keep it really low key and boring the entire time. So, all right, should be good there. Okay. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, the first thing I noticed was I have a PSD file that I need to check in that I did not check in. So let's go do that. I think it's going to be in Spine projects here. Spine projects. And then it's going to be like Leafkin 2 and Leafkin 3. There we go. Leafkin 2. Okay, here's the images. I'll check in that entire folder. And the Leafkin 3 looks like that entire folder is not checked in either. So let's go ahead and check those in. And let's go in Leafkin Spine source images and Spine files. Leafkin source images and Spine files. Okay. So that's that. And then the first thing I wanted to do, let's break off our little Trello over here, is I saw Jacqueline said something about a front view, something about a front walk. Mitsu. Here we go. Mitsu should already have a forward walk already. It just needs to be set up. I don't really know how to test that. Let's just look into Professor Mitsu and let's see why she's not using her forward walk. I have a guess, and I hope that guess is correct. So it should be Potion. Potion Prof. and just looking through. Oh, so easy. Okay. So just going to that NPC. Seems like all we need to do is just check the has front. I'm going to make sure that there's no other things here. So looks like there's nothing in can speak or interactive that's going to be an issue with this. But I will go ahead and check her NPC data. We'll go to NPC motor and we should have a source data. I'll check that and see if there's anything in there. Doesn't seem like there's anything in there. Yeah, seems like she should be okay. I think that's all we need to do. It will require a change to main. I'll go ahead and sync, make sure I have the most up-to-date main. I'll get latest. Okay, no files updated. And then I'll go ahead and apply that change to the people prefab. Probably won't require a change to main, but I'll save main anyway. Nobody seems to be using it. Okay. So that should be done. That was extraordinarily easy, literally checking a box. Make sure we go to the top of the list here. Put that right in front. Okay. Chris's head at 17:47:20. Chris's head is sunk too low in the sitting position. So I'm going to, we have video for this. Should be in September playtest. And the timestamp is 17:47:20. 17:47:20. So let's open this up. This is a video of the whole playthrough. 17:47:20. What was the timestamp again? 17:47:20. 17:47:20. So we're way off. 17:35. 17. I'm looking up here in the top right. Oh, this is a really great trick. You are recording a playtest. If you just make it so that your game actually lists the real time since startup, that's very, very helpful to finding bugs, because this playthrough is broken into a bunch of different videos. You can't just use the video timestamp because the person making the video doesn't necessarily know what the timestamp is while they're recording the video. But if you use the game time, if you just set it to always show game time, like literally this is the amount of time that has elapsed since Jacqueline pressed new game, and then that gets saved into the save file. So even though she did this play, I mean, she obviously didn't play the games, in one session for 17 hours and 47 minutes. It's always reloading the time, and then she just always records her playtest. And when she writes down a bug that is a visual bug, then she can just write down the timestamp she saw it. And then when I'm going through the bug sheet, I'm go through and look through all the videos, and I can just find that timestamp so I can see exactly. So here's Chris, and I can see her head is hunched forward a little. Now, to me, it looks correct. I mean, she's supposed to be old, and she looks old. So she's using the sit old animation. So what I'm going to do for this card, I don't know. Is there anybody actively watching right now that has an opinion on this? Let me show. So the question I'm asking, if anyone's lurking around, take a peek. I'm asking about this woman right here. I'm asking if you guys think her posture looks. Does she look old? Does it look right? Does it look wrong? Does it look broken? Or does she just look like an old woman who maybe she's a little hunched? I'm wondering if anyone has any thoughts on that. I know it's pretty early in the stream, and it's also an incredibly weird time to be streaming. Looks all right to me. Thank you, Ollie. Appreciate that. Nick Caston. Looks all right to me. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Okay, cool. So I will say that Chris's head is sunk. I'm going to say to Jacqueline, I'm going to tag her. She is using the old person sit animation. It makes her look old. I think it looks correct. And differentiates her from the younger students. I'm also going to cite both you guys. Also, 2 people in the chat I was streaming said it looked correct. I'll say, what do you think? I use the sit old animation myself at the ripe old age of 20. It's funny. Hey, Leo. All right, folks, I'm going to be right back real quick. Okay. All right, rock on, Leo. Appreciate the lurk. All right, so that's maybe done. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be. Didn't check it off, but it's done for me for now. But we'll see what Jacqueline says about it. If she doesn't like it, then I'll just go ahead and change it. That'll be really easy to swap out that animation. Okay, so side quest or 2. Okay, that's fine. Leaned over reading animation for Flora once they have their book. Good. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm pumped. All right, so for the Flora, I'm gonna look in the spine projects and look for. Actually, why don't I search? I'll do this the other way around. Let's go into the dark forest. Dark forest, and then we'll just filter to interiors. Got that little jig stuck in my head. That little song that played for like 3 seconds, like 10 minutes ago, that Phoenix wrote, is really awesome. Okay, so here's the Flora. What are they called? They're called Flora Skeleton. And I'll go ahead and see what folder their spine assets are in. So they're in, it's just called Flora, and it's in Misaki May 2024. So let's try to find that folder. So heading over to Perforce. Misaki May. Going to be Misaki May 2024. There it is. And I think. Awesome. Okay. This is, I'll add a new change list and I'll say Flora, or like dark forest, whispering flowers animations. Okay. And I think I'll just go ahead and check out, I think I just need the spine file. I don't think I need anything else. This will be random bug fixes. We'll just call this random fixes. Actually, I'll go ahead and check in main just because I don't know if maybe Jenny will need main. And Dark Forest, Whispering Flowers animation. Okay, so now we can open that. I also know that I'm going to need the entire Flora folder because I'm going to be exporting stuff. So let's go ahead and check out that entire folder. And if I refresh, then we'll see all the stuff we checked out. Now I'd love to be able to see exactly where this is going to be used. So leaned over reading animation for the Flora once they have their book. Now what happens to the book? Does it actually show up? It'd be great if I could play this quest. Let me see if there's a start setting for, oops, that's the demo start settings. Get out of there. Let's go Whispering. Blade of Whispers. Does it have a start position? It does. It has a custom start position. So I'm pretty sure that I can just run it and then maybe play the quest. I'll try it. So I'll just run the game. We'll see if I can just play the quest. Do 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 do. And then hopefully I'll be able to see exactly where we're talking about. Why is it snowing? Why is it snowing? It shouldn't be snowing in the Dark Forest. We're definitely sort of in the wrong spot here. And oh, we need some kind of flower speaking sound. Let me go ahead and mute the audio. That's going to get old real quick. Okay. Another restless day on top of a restless night following a restless week. Ollie said, do you find streaming helps productivity? Yes, I do. Most of the time, like 70% of the time, it helps me stay focused. Yeah, especially, I will say that my maximum productivity, when I'm at my maximum in my like complete perfect flow state, then I focus and I'm more productive without streaming. But if I'm short of that in sort of a more medium focused state, then the streaming actually increases productivity because it keeps me from doing random stuff like looking on Reddit or something like that. So I'd say for most of the time it helps me. And if I'm really focused on a task and I'm really enjoying the task, then I probably won't stream. But if I'm in that middle state where like I should be working, I should be productive, but you know what might make it a little bit more fun if I stream, and then I'll, everyone will hang out and talk with me and it'll be a little bit more fun. So I'm just going to play through this quest. Another restless day on top of a restless night following a restless week. You know this glade is called the Whispering Woods, right? Whispering, not the yammering all day and night woods. It's funny. Okay. We do not prattle aimlessly, rather we partake in discourse of the most refined nature. Indeed, there exists no activity so invigorating as a robust exchange of ideas through a hearty debate. I know of something healthy. It's called sleep. Have you ever discoursed on how long a log can go without sleep? And I'm not reading everything. I'm just reading sort of enough here to make sure I follow along with the quest, so that I know exactly where this animation is used and I can repro it and stuff. So this is interesting. I wonder if we should make the flowers who aren't speaking close their mouths. Right now it makes a lot of sense with the silent speech bubble, but it'll probably make less sense once one of the flowers actually does talk. I don't know. Okay, All of their books got eaten by the snails, so now they have nothing to do but argue. Okay, they have lots of things to say. The only thing I'm interested in is embarking on is a journey to a long and hearty night of sleep. Can you discourse quietly? I think this quest is so funny, man. It cracks me up. This is the kind of stuff they're going on about all day long. Okay, I'll see what I can do. So now I have a quest log called the Whispering Woods. I met a log who cannot sleep because the flora around him are chattering all day and night. The flora are feeling bored since all of their books got eaten. They're craving a long and interesting read. That's interesting. I didn't get a topic or anything. I really wonder if this snow will go away. I'm gonna give myself an escape rope. Do I already have an escape rope? Give item. Escape. I think it's called an escape rope. No, it's not. I don't remember what it's called. What is the season anyway? It is fall, so it should not be snowing. Some kind of rope. Rope. It's an item data. An escape. It is called an escape rope. It just had a space in it. And this will just make it easier for me to get out of the forest. And I'm curious if the snow will stop. It's just snowing all the time. Almost like the snow thing just got left on. I wonder why. Anyway, I'm supposed to go. Oh man, that Zolly effect is like kind of insane. We might have to do something about that. This is wrong. Why can I? That needs to be filled in. How is that happening? I think that the reason it's snowing is because of this error. Just weird that I can see that. Hey, I'll send. I'm gonna go right to the library. I'll turn the audio back on. So at least now it's not snowing. Very distracting anyway. Okay, and I'm assuming, spoiler alert by the way, for this quest. Okay, so players just have to know to go to the library. Very good. Oh, I didn't even read. I should have read what he said. Okay, Florian's bookshop in town may have the book I need. All right, cool. No problem. Let me make sure I understand this quest really well. I'll go ahead and... you know, it might be fun if I take a potion of speed. Actually, you know, I'll just set the time scale. Florian's shop. There you are, Florian. Set time scale. How's it going? Okay. Or you can recreate a quality potion. Okay. I'm in an arsenic. Oh. Florian has a book. The flora will enjoy. I need to make an infernal snail repellent potion to protect it first. And he won't give me the book until I make the snail repellent, I'm pretty sure. The book for flora is packed and ready to go as soon as you've got the repellent potion brew. Okay. Perfect. let's find that. Oh, I don't even have a portable cauldron. You know, something so crazy is that I'm already having fun right now. I'm literally like debug testing a quest and I'm already having fun. Why can't I place the cauldron right here? I wonder what's right there. Oh, now I can? Okay, that's really strange. Something's going on right there. Anyhow, I'm just gonna put this cauldron right here. So I'm gonna need this infernal snail repellent. Okay, I need seaweed, mermaid's thread, a sea star, and salt pell. Okay. This song is gonna get old. It's just one of each, right? Oops. Oh, that sucks. I just need to brew this potion. Sea star, salt pile. Sea star, sea star, star, sea star. Oh man. Go. Salt pile, sea star, salt pile, salt pile, salt pile. One for you. That one's done. Over there. Come on, that one's done. Over there. Oh man, that was a horrible score. Wow! That one is so hard. Okay, I definitely need to lower the score for the repellent, like 20 points. 40 is abysmal. Now it would be a little easier if I had some skill points. It would give me a little bit of a score boost, but this is clearly way too hard. It shouldn't be this hard. Because I'm really good at this game. Most people are not going to be as good as me at this. Now what do I need there in the last one? Sea star? Jeez. My goodness. Okay. Okay, salts, salts. Ah! Salts, go. Oh my goodness, the game is very hard when the icons look alike. That seems to be really what makes it difficult here. Okay. This one just needs a salt pile. Okay, now I got 50. That is so crazy. I literally cannot even get the first star. That is insane. Yeah. It can be. I've got to really be on my game here. So we just need to lower this a lot. There we go. Get 2 salts. There we go. Salts. Come on. Oh, the bases are sort of loaded here. Get that star and the salts. The star. What? Okay. Star, just a bunch of stars. We just need to finish this one up. And then, who needs salt? Jeez, what's going on here? We just need these ones. Okay. Oh my goodness. I just can't get a break. Keep needing the mermaids. I keep getting even worse than last time. Man, that is brutal. Yeah, I would say even 20 points off. Okay, this is the last time I'll try, and then I'll just do it with the console. I should be able to do this. Red. Very hard to remember. Oh! Okay, I just lost. I cannot believe how hard it is. That is wild. Okay, I'm just gonna have to like do it with the console or something. Okay, so anyway, I need the seaweed, sea star, and mermaid's thread. Give item seaweed 1. Give item sea star 1. Give item mermaid's thread 1. And that should be everything I need. Now I just need to actually make the potion. Now what I could do probably would help me. But I don't actually know if I can unlock it with the console. No ability. What I'm going to do is give myself XP. Give myself like 90 XP. So that should level me up a bunch of times. And then I'll just unlock potion efficiency. And I'll just find the other potion efficiencies here. There, now I have a 2 buff on potion efficiency. Let me find another potion efficiency. There's one more. I'll just unlock what I need to get the potion efficiency. Okay, cool. So there I've got the potion efficiency, and now in theory I should be able to practice this. And it should be much easier. Ah. Okay. Come on, somebody's got to need mermaid thread. Okay, here we got one over here. Nobody needs a salt pile? You gotta be kidding me. I think this run is going well so far. I just need a star in there and a star in there. Salt pile. Okay. And the thread in there. Okay, so that should have done it. Assuming that the buff actually works. There we go. Cool, now I can actually brew one. Okay, I brewed one, and I'm looking at the log. In Whispering Woods, Florian has, okay, so now I should be able to talk to him. I've got it, okay. I'll just apply the brew now. You'd be on your way with it. Okay, cool, so now I've got the ceaseless pages, and I will just run all the way back. The question is, should I go out there in the woods? I think it's probably fine. Curious if the snow will be done falling. Cool. Snow is done falling. I will save. I'm just worried it's gonna break. So, Whispering Woods quest. Why is that so loud? Okay. And I wonder how I apply it. So here I have the... Can't drop it. I wonder if I just talk to the log. I found an interesting book. Okay. Pardon me, but might we... Might we have chanced upon the tidings that you have come into the possession of a volume of vast intrigue and intricacy. Oh my god. And now they're so happy. Okay, it's all yours. So right when he says, "Oh, do you hear that?" That's interesting. So it doesn't actually take the book. It needs to actually take the book. Why aren't I seeing the debug here? Show game time. Maybe show conversation. Is it conversation? I might have just turned it off. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to find it. So what needs to happen is there needs to be a book sort of just like placed right here with its pages open, and it needs to remove. Oops, I just clicked on that book. Can you consume the book? That was strange. I'm gonna make sure you can't actually consume the book. Akos, hello. Love to see this game. Thank you. Are there any news about the release or about beta testers selection? No news about we have not announced the release date, and we do have a closed beta running right now for the demo of the game, the first few hours. But we haven't needed any new beta testers in a bit here. We just got through a round of about 30 of them. And now we're doing sort of improvements and fixes, and then we'll need a few beta testers after that. I'm going to load up the quest here and see what happens when I left click on that book. Oops. I'll link to the beta if anyone wants to apply to the demo beta. But yeah, we haven't taken any new ones for a little bit. Okay, cool. The load worked well. And I just want to left click. So left clicking on the book does nothing, but it seemed to be after the conversation, the book did not update. So I want to see if I can repro that bug, and I want to send that to Jenny if I can. Oops. Okay, first of all, maybe I just saw another bug that I want to catalog. Pet hearts bug. When I go through the portal. Hello, Nordexa. Oh, that was weird. No, the portal went away. The portal is invisible. So I'll save again, and I'll do portal. Oh, escape rope. Invisible bug. So a bunch of bugs with this. Going through there, now I see that the portal is invisible, and I also saw the little hearts show up on the griffin, which is not how it should go. And then I'm gonna make another save right here. Inventory refresh bug. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I'm gonna talk to Stump, and then I found an interesting book. And then we go through the dialogue. And now, okay, so that time the book got removed properly. I wonder. First of all, and I can still hear the audio. That's not right. Let me see if I can load and hit that bug that I just hit. Lots of little polish things with this. Okay, so we've got the thing up here. Now let's... Found an interesting book. All yours. Oh, that's weird. The book left. I don't know why it didn't update before. Very strange. Okay, anyway. First, let's catalog those 2 new bugs we found. Oh gosh, I should have used the bug reporter. Oh, it's fine. Okay, and then we'll go new saves, date modified. Great, 2 new bugs. So the first one is escape rope is invisible bug. Attach 2 files. I'll say steps. One is to load the attached save file, jump through the portal, results, you emerge from an invisible escape rope portal. It's still operational, as you can jump back through it just fine. Okay, so that's one of the bugs. And then the other one is the pet hearts. They probably just need to not play. It's probably really simple. It's fine. Did I just fix it? No, it's fine. Let's just give it to Jenny. Okay, pet hearts. Trigger. On interior load. Steps. Load the attached save. Jump through the portal. Results. Right as the game fades in the dark forest, you can see the hearts. The heart particles trigger on the griffin. No, they shouldn't. Okay, So that's that, easy cheesy. Now we need to look at the actual conversation of the ceaseless, not the ceaseless pages, it's the Whispering Woods, Blade of Whispers. So here's the quest script, and then we're gonna find the log conversation, the grump log. And I don't exactly know which conversation it is. I'm gonna check if it's all in this one. Yeah, I think it's all in this one. Cool. All right, and then let's just find the part where Flora is happy. So then there's an ES event, soften Flora. And remove the ceaseless pages. I think, oops, whoa, that's bad. That's bad. That's very bad. No undo function. Are you freaking kidding me? Grump log. Okay, revert, abort mission, revert. You copy text out of there, it doesn't have an undo for whatever reason. I mean, I made this tool, so the reason is me, but still very annoying. Okay, remove item. I was just saying that I think that we should remove the item far earlier, like right when the, like right here. Maybe even right here, I think would be a better place to give away the book. There we go. So we remove the ceaseless pages right here. And then we trigger Flora is happy. And we get a quest complete log. And let's see where what the soften Flora does. So soften Flora, it just changes the volume. I think it changes it to 0.75. Oh no, that's the duration. Flora Whispers final volume is 0.15. So the final volume should just be 0. They should not whisper at all. Be silence. Okay. So that solves that problem, no problem. And then the Flora is happy. So the soften Flora will also give us an opportunity to call the animation. So that'll be great. And then the other thing that needs to happen is we need to take that bool that it sets. Flora is happy, and I'll just make that show a book on the ground. So dark forest. And then let's find a book. It won't be the exact right look. Jacqueline will have to draw it, I think. But let's see if we can find a book open. Kind of open book. Oh, you know where I'm remembering a giant open book is in the library. So let me look at the library interior. Yeah, right here. Look at that. I think that might be the only one of its kind. Library desk. Dang it. I don't want to load in the whole library texture. How about open book? Here's an open book. Okay, what we really need is a new texture. So let's go dark forest. And then I will add in the Glade of Whispers, we will add a little plane, a quad. I'll start with a plane, and then I'll replace this with, let's go upright quad. And then I'll remove the mesh collider. I'll rotate it back 30 degrees. And then we'll put a new material on here. We'll start with like just some kind of book, anything. Come on. Potion book. Let's make a new material called the Ceaseless Pages Open. Ceaseless Pages Open. And then I'm going to make a new texture called the Ceaseless Pages Open. And I'm just going to make sure that our mesh uses the Ceaseless Pages Open and that our material uses the correct texture. Ceaseless Pages Open. And scale it down. Set it down right in the middle there. In fact, we might just want to use a plane. And then just make sure that the rotation is 0. I'm going to check out the texture. See what we got here. Okay. I just want to make sure that the thing is rotated correctly. So it should be like this. 180. And I don't quite know what the math is on how to make this book look correct. But I'm going to check out the Dark Forest. Oh, we have the Viz Cam on. That's a problem. I think we probably also have the entry. Oh no, okay, we set that back. Perfect. Put the Viz Cam right here. Save. Back up out of the Dark Forest prefab. And turn on the Dark Forest prefab in our big scene so that we can actually see what's going on, and then crack it back open again. And now we can kind of see what's going on. So you see that the book looks really weird. And I don't really know how the math works out to make this perfect. But what I can do is I can just turn all this other crap off. And put a circle. Now, why would I put a circle? Because it's very easy to see if a circle is skewed or not. Just put a big red circle. And then I'll just scale it until the circle is not skewed. So there we see the circle, and it's clearly skewed. I just want to squash it down, save it. So it looks a little bit too squashed now. Unsquash it a little, give it a save. Almost looks like a circle, but not quite. It's almost there. I think it's about right though. Okay. So now I need to duplicate that, and one of these is going to be, well, the Ceaseless Pages Open, And then this is just going to be a shadow. So let's go shadow. I'll go do square shadow. Square dark. And just make sure it's sitting right on the floor. We'll call this one shadow. Make sure it's a child of the ceaseless pages open. And then I'm going to add a bool activation and hook up this game object. And then we just want to make sure we've got this on the clipboard. Flora is happy. And when the flora are happy, then this game object is going to appear. So I'll tie that to the bool, easy cheesy. And now let's take a look at the ceaseless pages item. Look at how cool this book is, man. It's, what does it even look like when a book is that open? Like, or I mean, when a book that thick is opened. Not like that, I'll tell you that much. I want to lay in some kind of block in here. I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to go super thick book opened. It is very thick. So this is the thickest book I can find. That is a pretty thick book right there. But it's almost like comically thick the ceaseless pages are. So that is about what it looks like open. So let's see if we can maybe replicate that. We definitely want the book to be pretty foreshortened here because I want it to really really look like it's on the ground. So I'm just gonna have to squash it down a little. And looking at the texture resolution, 512 should be more than enough. So what we need is we need the spine. And Jacqueline will end up drawing this, but I just want to have something to work from. Should I even make a placeholder here? I feel like it might be helpful. So I'm just going to knock off the entire top. I'm going to knock out whatever this is because, oops, we just don't need it right now. This is our bookmark thing. That's what it is. It's a bookmark. And we need the spine to be really thick. So the spine will be like more like that or even thicker. Spine is going to be something like that. Thicker? First of all, what is the spine? That's kind of the right color. A little bit more black. The whole book is a little bit darker and it has that tint. I'll just do that real quick. Just darken the whole thing. And it has this sort of like almost a reddish tint to it. Oh, maybe darker. And we definitely don't need those gold corners. I'll just take those out. And then just try to really imitate what I saw, which is this crazy, super crazy, thick swoop. Ugh. All that. And now we can grab a little tiny detailing thing to sort of oh man, I'm so bad at drawing with my mouse and with a Wacom tablet and whatever. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing like that. Get rid of that. And then we can maybe sort of copy the contour over here. There we go. Still, it doesn't look that thick, but whatever. I'll just copy one side. I'll just Control J that one side. I will delete the other side. And we'll just go negative. Flip it like that. Okay. Okay, and then we'll just grab sort of dark. And I imagine because it is such a thick book, there's probably going to be this little like crevice in the middle there that is just incredibly dark because it's such a we'll draw one like that and then turn down the opacity. There. And Jacqueline will make it look a million times better. Anyhow, ceaseless pages open. So I'll just send Jacqueline, before I forget, just make sure to go over and add this new one, ceaseless. I'll just paste the name of this thing. What is it? Ceaseless pages open.psd. I made a placeholder texture in assets, textures of the ceaseless pages sitting on the ground for the flora to read. Very nice. H2O Queen, hello and welcome. Like a thick book. I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. A little stressful here in the final leg of our development cycle, but still doing good. Vibing about 500 pages rather than 2,000 in comparison to your reference book. Yeah. I don't know how Jacqueline's gonna make that book look even thicker, but she'll do it. She'll find a way. Maybe deforming and pinching in the lower corners. Yeah, that could be good. Hey, One Bakba. Yeah, I think it is coming along well. I think it is. Okay, closing these. Okay, and now we have a little bit more information on what this book looks like. And I'll give it a save, then look through the camera. Aw, shucks, H2O. Okay, the book, is it a little small there? Should it be a little bit bigger? I feel like it should be a little bit bigger. All right, cool. So that should just be working. And now let's go on to the animation. Spine animation. So there's a couple different flowers, but they're all made using the skins. So I'm hoping that we can just make an animation for all of them. So there's idle 1, idle 2, idle 3. That's great. Just take idle 1 and duplicate it. And let's just call this like reading. Call it reading 1. And just a look here. Gosh, just so good. Animation is just so good. Okay, that's great. But what we need to do is we need to take, I have no idea how Misaki did all this. None whatsoever. What is this even? This, no, we can't move that. So do we move the bones? I don't even know what's controlling this thing. It's a path. You know what might be better is if I just send this to her. Because I bet Misaki will do it way faster than me. I thought this was going to be easy, but Misaki's rig is so insane in a good way. I mean, I could never make it look this good ever. Trying to find where all the keyframes are, because I don't know. I don't even know which part, like which part, where do the keyframes actually exist? Because I marquee over everything and nothing has a keyframe. Okay, here's some keyframes. Here's some keyframes. So are these, does this work? Can I move these? I can't even select them. Rotate. Whoa, look at that. When I rotate it, really weird stuff happens. I don't think I'm doing this right. Catch up here. H2O says, how rewarding is it to see an object you crafted in your game? Pretty dang cool, right? I think back when I used to work on bigger games where I was a smaller piece of the game, I think that was maybe more exciting. But now that I sort of heading the projects, and like with Eastshade, I did like more than half of that game. So there's just so much stuff that I sort of have a more bird's eye view. I'm more proud of the whole game. I tend to not be particularly proud about any individual thing in the game, unless it's like a whole giant area, like, oh, this whole part of the game is really cool. But I don't usually get too excited about individual objects these days. But I'm really excited about the way that everything comes together. Are you sure that book is not a Fey trap? We have a trap in this game. We have a Fey trap. Queen Anne Lace and Lily of the Valley. I don't know those references. Oh, are among my two. Oh, they're flowers. That's cool. Hey, Sinhole, welcome. Says, did you have a system giving names to objects and wizards in this game, like J.K. Rowling did based on a book describing rare plants? No, not so much. We kind of just do it all on a case-by-case basis. Oh, you're good. Okay, I'm just wondering. I just wish I understood how to use this rig, because I definitely don't. Yeah, you know what we should do is we should just add. I'm just conflicted if I should just get it done right now and figure this out. So I'm wondering if we just remove a bunch of the keyframes. We can make this thing work. Let me just randomly remove a bunch of the keyframes here and there. How big is this animation? Oh my gosh. Okay, what does that look like? I think it could work. There's one little weird jitter jump right here. I think I see it though. I think it's just this keyframe right here. That one. No, apparently not. I wish I could see everything. Come on. The top level of the animation. How do you, like, Control A? How do I select all? There we go. Is that everything? Must be not, because there's some weird jitters that I'm not seeing the keyframes for. It looks like this bone right here, but I cannot select anything. I cannot select the bones. Gosh. Like, I'm only selecting the meshes. There's nothing to grab onto here. I don't understand how this is working. I don't understand. I just don't understand. There's nothing I can even select. There's a mesh here. Okay, there's a keyframe here. What is this? Delete that. Okay, there's that weird little jitter. Okay, the scale. Let's just move the scale to the beginning. Okay, it was the scale. Kind of a weird animation now. Yeah, we might just have to get rid of all the keyframes at the beginning. I can't select anything right now. Like, nothing is working. I guess I just select the actual mesh. Okay, but that doesn't have any keys on it. I select the spline. That doesn't have any keys on it. So nothing that is capable of being selected has any keys. So where are the keys? I still do not understand. I don't understand how this works. I'm just going to have to send Saki. Okay, let's exit out. It's done. Discard changes. Okay, so I'm going to have to send this back. And she will just animate. So let's go into Spine Projects. Assets. Spine Projects. Spine Projects. And let's go to Flora. Misaki, I think it's Misaki March it was. No? Misaki May? There it is. Flora 1 through 4. Okay. We need a reading animations. So I'll send that out. H2O says, is it locked behind a hidden layer? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where all the keys are. Sinel says, love the creative vegetation in the Avatar movies. Animals are also very creative there. Did you see these movies? I saw the first one a long time ago, but we haven't watched any of them since. Okay. Now I'm just wondering if we should send the animations separately or if we should just send them right now. I guess I should just wait on that. Really annoying because I felt like we were very close there. I'm just going to make a note to myself. Note to self. I spent some time looking at the rig. It will just be easier to send this to Misaki. Send on next package. Fine. Now I don't get to cross off a card, but it's fine. It's the right call. Okay, no problem. We still got a lot of other stuff done about the quest, so happy with that. Right, the potion, the infernal snail potion, or infernal snail repellent. That definitely is way too hard. So let me look at the 4 thresholds. Habitat info. Quality scores. It should be way lower, like 25 minus for each. So that's 40, 50, 60, maybe even less. 35, 45, 55, 65, and 75. Yeah. Okay. And then really a bunch of these were way too hard. There was some other potion that was way too hard too. I'll just do them case by case. Maybe I should play through all the potions to figure out what the score should be. Let's see. So what makes this potion hard is that it requires 4 different ingredients. Right? Instagrow, Twilight Blossom. No, this is the wrong potion. Seaweed, mermaid thread. So it requires 4 different ingredients. So anything that requires 4 ingredients, that one starts at 55. Instagrow requires 3 ingredients, it starts at 45. Leafkin tincture requires 3 different ingredients. 1, 2, 3. Is that right? That's it? Just 3? I could have sworn we changed that. Huh. And that starts at 65. Munchitis is a 3. It starts at 45. Fire Art Potion is 3. Starts at 65. All right, well, that's fine. Spore Neutralizer is only 2 ingredients. It starts at 65. All right, that's fine. Okay, so looking at anything else, what does this say? It will be introduced by letter. Okay, so we already have that. That's good. Shore up spore walls. Add potion recipe to molebook text. Did we not do that? I'm pretty sure we already did that. Mole. Prefab. Secret Lives of Moles. Let's check that out and open it. Yeah, let's save that. Oh, we got to turn off the Viz camera there. Also, this glade of flowers looks really bad. We need to embellish that. Yeah, okay, we added the text. Great. So that's already done. Oh, this is already done too. Did I accidentally put it in the done column? Added this for Jenny. Wait, escape rope is invisible, but it was never moved. Added for Jenny 37 minutes ago, but it was never moved. Pet Heart's trigger. Let me be right back. Okay. So this one will be on hold for now. Let's do this one. Mel is doing her shop conversation at the tea house. So I'm gonna make sure, actually, I go into the dark forest. And turn off that prefab, and I'll head over in there, and I'm just gonna make sure I turn off the Viz camera. I'm gonna go ahead and sync as well. No updates, all right. Bajan Elf, hello and welcome. This can be reverted. I didn't actually do anything to it. Let's call it Whispering Blade Work. Save. I'll stick that in there. Right, and I wanted to check out Mel. So let's look at Mel. Look at her conversation, first of all. There's Mel intro. The card is Mel is doing her shop conversation at the tea house. So it's probably going to be Mel Stub. Let's open up Mel Stub. I'm swamped at the moment. Chat to me later? Okay, so it's not Mel Stub. So let's just constrain our search to just conversations. Is it going to be Mel intro? That would be strange. Yeah, I have Mel intro. Open the conversation. I don't see anything. Let's right and left. There we go. Here's the conversation. Here's the long intro. And then, okay, we do get to a shop. So there is just a shop conversation. So she just needs a special branch for if she's at the tea house. Now, what would be really weird is if the player met Mel while they were at the tea house. That would just be very strange. So I think what should happen is, is there anything important in that opening conversation? Not particularly. It seems like it would be perfectly fine to go straight to her shop. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to go, if you've never met Mel, there's a branch node. And we just want to somehow check if she's at the tea house. So I'm going to call it met at, Mel at tea house. And we haven't actually implemented that bool yet. It's always going to be false right now, but we'll implement it in a second. So if you're not at the tea house, you do your normal thing. If you are at the tea house, then you go to a special tea house conversation. And I don't really know what we want to say here. But something. Are you intentionally streaming without category? No. Why does it just always turn off my category? Gosh, that's so annoying. Thank you for letting me know. But just completely, do I have to set my category every single time I stream? Is that the thing? Stream info, activity. And it was so hard to do it. Why is it so hard to find my stream category? Notifications, edit stream info. I've got edit stream info. Why is it so freaking hard to find? Edit stream info. Okay, here we go. Category. Yeah, so it cleared out all my categories again. Completely insane. Do software and game development. Done. Absolute madness. Do I even have a category now? I don't know. Will it clear it out again? Maybe it's something about Restream clears my category every time. Okay. What should Mel say at the tea house? I like coming up to the tea house to check out the local music scene. I don't know. To relax and check out the local music scene. Normally you can find me south. What do we call the farm south of Whisk? Let me check out the map, world map. The texture, town map. Let's see if we have a name. So the mill, here's the world, the Rosewood Fields, south of the Rosewood Fields. Normally you can find, is this even necessary? Do we even need to direct the player to her? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think it's bad. I think it's just gross. We don't have to do it. A dumb line of dialogue. Okay, save project. So there we go. I like coming up to the tea house, relax, and check out the local music scene. Perfect. Maybe I like coming here. I like coming. She's like referring to the tea house. I'm trying to imagine if I was sitting in a restaurant. Like if I was in the Arms pub and somebody came in and I'd be like, I love coming to the Arms pub. Yeah, I think I would. I'm just naming the place I'm at. Zons, hello, asks, what tool is this? This is our own dialogue editing tool. House made. Okay, so now we just need to go about implementing that Mel at tea house. And I think the way to do that is to check out the tea house schedules. So let's go tea house. There are a lot of tea house schedules. And I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. You know what? I have a better way to do it. Let's add a new function to the metadata processor. I'm going to write some code, everybody. I don't write very much code anymore. Pretty much Jenny does all the coding now. But I'm going to write some code. Should be easy. Exiting out of all this garbage. First thing I'm going to do is find one that looks for an NPC. Should be like third speaker or something. No. That speak anim. That speak anim works on interactable Go. And it matches it against What? Okay, I don't really actually understand how that's working because it's looping through. That doesn't make any sense. It's finding a game object. Set speak animation. This is really interesting. Set speak animation. I'm getting so distracted right now, but this just looks so weird. Is looping through. Wait, what is interactable go? Okay, interactable go equals. Huh. Is looping through all the arguments in set speak animation to search for an interactive. Why? Is that right? Speaker equals get component. Why? What is the, I'm wondering what is it being expected by the argument? It should just be set speak animation. Oh my God. This might be a really bad bug. Don says, I'm also working on an RPG and realizing I need to build a few tools to make me as productive as possible. Yeah, it can definitely help. You also have to be careful with it. You can definitely get carried away building too many tools. It's a lot more fun to build tools for most programmers than it is to make content. So I think it's usually good to try to make a little bit of content and then only then allow yourself to make a tool to make it easier. But don't fall into the trap of getting too carried away making tools, because making content is really so much harder than making tools, way harder. And once you start making content, you realize that your tools don't even help you with the things that you really need. At least that's been my experience. I need to find set speak anim. I just need to find it because this is very strange. I'm going to look for the extra menu items. I've got a tool that will search through all of the conversations. So search convos. So this one is looking for, in the body metadata, I'm looking for this function call. So let me go ahead and check out that. I've got to wait for it to compile. Okay, and now I just want to run that. So tools, search convos, it'll take a second. And here we've got that speak anim, and it actually does have a bunch of people. So that is why set speak anim needs a bunch of arguments. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to do a sanity check on that because I was a little bit scared there for a second. That we had some thing that kind of worked because of the, just by chance, but that is actually how it's meant to be. Set a bunch of NPCs at the same time to their speak anim, and now I see why. All right. What I wanted to do was not in here. Conversation metadata. Set schedule. We'll start with that. We'll say set schedule. We'll start from there, and we'll go with we'll call it is NPC in world, and then it'll pass in the world. So the first argument will be, actually we'll say is speaker in world. Should we check the speaker or should we check the player? I don't know. Is player in world? I'm just trying to figure out if we should check the speaker's world or the player's world. Because you're not going to be talking to an NPC in a world you're not in. But is speaker in world makes it a little bit more clear why you'd actually use this. So yeah. How do we tell what the I forget what the C# convention is for commenting what the arguments do. C# convention commenting what arguments do. Actually, I'm pretty sure I already have one for set animation. There it is. We're doing it just like that. Okay, that's fine. Is speaker in world, and then I'll just do is speaker in world, and then we'll just do the one arguments. I'll just call it like name of world. Okay, and then we don't have two cases. There's args if args is one. The args are always going to be one, so I'll just get rid of that. And then there's another if. Okay, nobody would ever be running this on anything but a motor, so I don't think we need the debugging here. I'm gonna take out the is motor null. I'm just gonna expect that the motor is never gonna be null. We're not starting a conversation or current conversation speaker 2 get, okay, fine. And then we just want to check motor.state.world, right? Current world is the same. It's actually going to be pass. Pass equals if the current world, which is a string, is the same as args 0. Why isn't that oh, whoops. There we go. If it's the same, then we're going to get a true. That should be all we need to do. And then I'm going to take that and I'm going to check is speaker in world, and I'm going to check if we're in the tea house. And if we are in the tea house, we should get our separate branch here. Tools are like putting honey in coffee. Not necessary. Don't overdo it. Kind of pointless, but great to have a little. It's an interesting description. Hello, NARW. Triple slash. Did I do a triple slash? Let me make sure I didn't. I just meant to do a double slash. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, triple slash is like the little commenting thing. Biostatistician, hello and welcome. Why don't more languages use doxygen for doc generation? I don't even know what doxygen is. Maybe that's why. I have no idea what doxygen is. That's some kind of middleware. Okay, is speaker in world, and then I need the actual name of the world. So I believe the name of the world is going to be cup and kettle. Interior, there it is. So here's the name of the world, cup and kettle interior. Okay. File, save project. Now the first thing I need to do is I need to go into developer start settings and just make sure that Mel is working normally still. Let's place my player down by Mel's shop here. Okay, here we go. Play mode. Ah, here we go. Okay. Boy there, landlubber. Perfect. So that seems to have worked. Unless we need a domain reload. I'm going to do a domain reload. That scares me. I forgot. When you change, sometimes when you change an asset file, I find that if you have no domain reload settings in Unity, I find that that doesn't always take, and I'm not really sure what the rhyme or reason is behind that. But I just always like to make sure to compile, because compiling forces a domain reload. Normally, if you don't have no domain reload checked, then you always do a domain reload whenever you enter into play mode, which makes it take longer, which for our game takes a lot longer. So it's nice to not have to do a domain reload, speed up play mode a little bit. What is that? Argument. That was weird. Okay, we got a bunch. Parameter name, animation. What's going on with that? Yeah, that seems to be working, but I don't know what this stuff is about. Huh. Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder what game object that's happening with. Zons asks, how many scenes do you have? We have like 3, 4, I think. But our world is split up into prefabs. So we just have a couple scenes. We've got game core. We have one called main. I don't even know why it's called main. It used to have a lot more stuff in it, but now it just kind of has some like quest scripts, and it has all of our interiors in it and stuff. And then we have exterior world, which is most of the game world, anything that's not in an interior. Then all of our interiors are prefabs. And we also have like a main menu and stuff. But that's it. Okay, so this is happening on Game Core. It's also happening on Potion Prof. Oh dear. So that is a bug that I made. The fact that it's happening on Potion Prof means it's a bug that I made. Why doesn't she have front? It must be because she's using the wrong animations. So Potion Prof. Did I not export? Have I not exported spine in a while? Is that the thing? I keep getting distracted by other stuff. It's really hard to stay on course. Okay, so clearly Potion Prof is firing animations that don't exist. So let's go ahead and go into spine. And let me just make sure she has. So let's go into main rig. Should be main rig update. Main rig 2 just has 3/4 people. So that's fine. Main rig 3/4. Very good. Open project. So we need to go to main rig update. That's the big one. Natronics, hello. It says, did you draw all the animations and characters in this game? My wife is the lead artist on this game, and she drew all the characters and all the buildings and all of the foliage and all of the props and all of the everything. Thousands and thousands and thousands of individual illustrations. I think like close to 10,000 textures. So let me just check if this rig contains our Potion Prof. It does. And it's saying, like, I want to know what animation not found. Stir. So she's trying to do a stir from the front. I see. I see. So in order for this to work, so it's trying to do a front rig. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's really a problem. Okay, well, what we're gonna do is I just need to make sure to go to Potion Prof. She shouldn't have too many schedules. She only has 4. So Potion Prof Shopping, Potion Prof Regular. That's gotta be the only schedule that it can be. So she's brewing in this one. That's the one. Let's check that out. Okay, yeah, she's brewing. And I just want to make sure that she is in her 3/4 pose. So I'm just gonna turn it like that. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna fix the issue. But we need to check it. We need to check if we screwed up the animation because oh boy. Okay, so we don't have the issue anymore. I do need to go to the potion class, check if we screwed up that animation real quick. Set time scale to 5. I'm just gonna run into the potion class. Wrong class, this way. Oh, I can't go into potions. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay. Let me just see what bool is protecting me. This little closed rope, and it's after first potion class. That bool. There. Okay. So we did screw up the animation. So how is it working before? All we did is rotate it and that broke it? That's nuts. Look, and it's like... makes me absolutely bananas. How could it have worked before? She didn't have a front animation. So she was just being locked into a 3/4 pose, yet somehow she was lining up. This is absolutely madness. Also, her arm looks like trash. It looks all broken. The draw order's all messed up. I'm losing my mind. I have to fix this now. So weird. So weird that it doesn't line up anymore. I don't understand why. Natronic says, my game dev dream already fading away knowing the amount of artwork someone needs to do. Yeah. I mean, if you want to make a big game and you want it to look good, then it's a lot of art. It's kind of, I don't know, some people find it as sort of a barrier, but I find it, I mean, that's the thing, right? The thing is the thing. Games are full of code and they're full of art, so like making a game. I mean, it's like half of making the game is making the game. You know, it's making the world, making all the stuff. It's fun. But yeah, it does require a high level of craftsmanship, and if you're not an artist, then you need to get one. Would you say Unity is beginner friendly? Asks NarW. Yeah, I think it's very beginner friendly. I mean, as far as game engines go, yeah, I think it's well, sort of it revolutionized game engine architecture. That's for sure. It's the most popular game engine on Earth, and it has more tutorials than any other game engines. And as Zons mentions, it's also, it's professional unfriendly. Oh, I thought you were saying it's professional friendly. I was going to say it's very professional friendly as well. But yeah, clearly people have different opinions on that. But I think it's really a dream to work with Unity. Very nice. That being said, we're going to be trying Godot for our next game. Not because of anything about the engine. So we have to fix gotta fix this issue, and then we're gonna go back. Gonna fix gonna fix Potion Prof. I don't understand why she should have moved. It really doesn't make any sense to me, but I'll just go with it. The only thing I can think of is if she was supposed to be facing the other way. Let me just try that real quick. NarW says, I've been into Godot lately. Still a bloody beginner, but I've heard a lot good towards Unity. I think they're both great. I don't think you can go wrong with either of them. I guess if you want a job right now, there's more jobs in Unity. But if you're a beginner, it might be a long time before you're trying to get a job, and maybe you don't even have any interest in going into games as a profession. There's certainly a lot more tutorials for Unity. Okay, let's see if flipping her the other way fix things. But jumping around between different middlewares too much can sort of slow you down at the beginning. I think it's probably a good idea just to stick with one. Zon says, why didn't you just use Unreal on Eastshade? Seems like a great fit. Well. Oh man, let me open up that potion class really quick. I tried, well, for one, I really don't like, I don't like Blueprint. I don't want visual scripting. I want a real scripting language. But anyway, when I tried Unity, I just thought it was great, and I thought it had everything I needed. I really liked it. I mean, when I started Eastshade, I think it was like back in 2012 or something. Was Unreal even available to the public? I'm not even sure it was. I know UDK was, but they wanted 25% at the time. I didn't want to give 25%. That's insane. 25% is an insane amount. I'm pretty sure that's what it was for UDK. You also had to have like a licensing agreement with them. And to this day, even Unreal, like I don't want to give 5%. Even more than giving 5%, I don't want the bookkeeping nightmare of doing forever royalties. It's one of those things you don't think about because it just seems like a tomorrow problem, but it's not it's a forever problem. You will always be paying royalties until your graveyard dead in the ground. For the next 50 years, you'll be issuing royalties, which is an accounting annoyance, in my opinion. And also 5% of your revenue is completely insane. If you have a game that's going to make over $1 million, which our games are going to make over $1 million. I mean, hopefully, if they don't, then we're really in big trouble. Sinhole says, what tip on finding the right lighting? would you give for a great look? I think the question is too broad. I think it depends on, well, I think when we spoke a couple days ago, you were going for like a very realistic sort of look. It depends on what look you're going for. Like the lighting in Glimmerwick is completely different than the lighting in East Shades. Nar says, I wouldn't say so when someday it happens to be my profession, but that's still a long way to go. Gotcha. Yeah, I think Godot is great. If you're feeling like you're enjoying Godot and you're learning, then I don't see any reason to jump around. I mean, you know, the things you learn, 90% of the learning you're doing when you're learning game dev is general game dev things. They're not really engine specific things. You're learning how to make games. You're learning how sort of asset creation works, how production pipelines work. You're learning how the process of making games. You're learning how, rendering loop works, and you're learning sort of the architecture of the game, of making a game, and all that stuff. All that stuff is, that's most of the actual learning. And then when you jump around between middlewares, there's a little bit of stuff you have to learn, like the APIs and stuff. But for the most part, it's not really an issue. Like in my career, I have used Guild Wars 2 proprietary engine, Sucker Punch's proprietary engine on Infamous. I've used CryEngine in a professional context on an actual shipped CryEngine game. I've done portfolio work in Unreal Development Kit, which this is pre-Unreal 4. And in terms of like 3D software, I worked with Maya my entire career in AAA. I worked with 3D Studio Max to actually learn 3D. That's the software that I learned 3D on. And now I use Blender every day in my, on my own projects with my own studio. So it's not like I had to restart every time. So you don't have to worry too much about it. Don says, it's better for those who will never be there. Oh, you mean as far as Unreal, like the royalty. I've used C# for 16 years, so Unity is a natural fit. Yeah, and there's just a lot of things about Unity that I like. I feel like Unreal makes a lot of decisions for you about the architecture of your game, and Unity just is much more of a blank slate. But I haven't used Unreal in a very long time, so. But I really like working in Unity. I have absolutely no complaints. I feel like I'd be happy using this version of Unity for the rest of my life. I don't really get too excited about engine features really at this point. Going into the wrong door. Oh my god, I wanted to set the flag on the start setting for developer start settings. Ziad asks, do you have a Discord channel to join? I have a Discord for our games. Let me be right back. This is a Discord channel for eShade Studios. I don't know if you meant like a Twitch streamer Discord channel, like for the actual stream, but I don't have one of those. The stream is a little too small. But for our games, we do have a Discord. Still a pretty small Discord. I haven't done a good job of promoting our Discord. We have an insanely small Discord for how many copies eShade has sold. There's games that literally have sold less than 5% the copies and have like 10 times the numbers in their Discord. I don't even know how it happens. So I wanted to go into the developer start settings, and just turn this bool flag on after, that's the Discord link. It's after potion class. So let me go into the yellow. All interior. So many hoops to jump through. Operating a little bit sloppy right now. I'll just grab this object and we'll just go after potion class. Back out of that, developer start settings, and then there we go, after potion class. Okay, file save project. I also just want to make sure that our potion prof schedule, which is right here, I want to pop into that and just make sure that we've got a precision placement. Yeah, I'll use precision placement. That just makes sure that she actually like lerps to the position that she, like her character position is smack on. Okay. Do I have a category now on my Twitch? Is that working? Can someone confirm that? I'm somehow a Twitch idiot. Let's see. Okay, so she was supposed to be pointing right. Excellent. Very pleased with that. Very happy about that. Okay, perfect. That's good news. So she's lined up with her pot now. That's great. Sinhole says, what social media dropped in relevance for game marketing since compared to 2017, and which gained relevance? I've never been, I don't think I'm the best person to ask. Chris Sikowski is on howtomarketagame.com as a blog where he sort of follows that stuff more closely and does write-ups on it. I think that social media has never been a super great place to market your game, but at the moment I know like TikTok is one of the biggest ones. Reddit is still continues to be quite a big one if you can manage to break through on r/gaming, which I've never been able to do. Also, we have not succeeded very well on our TikTok either. Twitter, I think Twitter used to be a lot better like 10 years ago, or maybe even like 6 or 7 years ago. I think it used to be better just a little bit. It's always been pretty hard to actually make a meaningful impact on Twitter. The relevance of Twitter has been waning a little bit, and it seems like this is even before Elon Musk. It just seemed like other social media platforms were sort of becoming better for getting your game noticed anyway. But since Elon Musk has bought Twitter, the platform is freaking dead. It's dead. For me, it's dead. Maybe if you're like more of a, probably if you have bought the verified thing, then maybe it's more active, and potentially if you're in the sort of right-wing sphere, that might be better for you. But it seems like all of the people who used to interact with my stuff have left, and nobody responds to any of my tweets on Twitter anymore, which is crazy because I had almost 7,000 followers, and it used to be every single time I tweeted, I'd get like 20 to 50 likes and I'd get a bunch of responses and stuff. And now, quite literally, I did a tweet the other day, quite literally, like nobody even saw. It's crazy. So crazy. The site is completely dead for me, and there's no way I'm going to pay for the verified thing. Not because I'm against paying in and of itself for something like that, but I just don't want to give money to the oligarch who openly tries to coup government, openly has tried to coup governments, and continues to be a very scary force in my own government. So that's done. Fortunately, now we need to go back to Mel's Let's try to catch her in the tea house. So I'm going to try to get a start setting. I'll catch up here. Hopefully that answered your question, Sinhol. Narw says, the first games I will create will be nothing special and not the next big hype game. Well, that makes sense. And that's wise. But I want to do my first professional game. How do I find myself a good game artist? Or do I teach myself how to create all those design elements? I think there's so many roads to Rome. There's so many ways you can do it. If you want to sort of be the solo dev and learn all those things, I think that's a totally valid way to do it. If you want to just become a really good programmer, then that's a good way to do it as well. If you're a beginner, I don't think there is really such a thing as finding a game artist, and I personally wouldn't as a beginner. I would work on your skills and work on your discipline. I think when beginners like work with other beginners, they just sort of slow each other down and just sort of distract each other from the actual, learning of your craft. And then once you have some serious skill, then I think it's better to, if you are going to look for someone. I personally, if you're trying to make a professional game, then you want a production budget. And I don't think you should try to work with someone unless you're going to pay them. So unless you got a bunch of money to pay someone, I don't think it's a great idea. But I would think, at least for me, I got my start in games in AAA games. So I put all of my effort into learning how to become a 3D artist, a 3D environment artist. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about making games. I cared about, well, I did, but I knew that wasn't my goal. My goal was to become a very high level 3D environment artist. And I worked really hard on that for a couple of years. And then I got hired as an intern at ArenaNet. And then I worked in AAA for a few years. And then finally, then I quit, saved up a bunch of money, and then I quit to start making Eastshade. So that's how I did it. It is under software games. Perfect. Thank you, Alson. Appreciate it. Also might be worth adding the Discord link in the description or in MooBot, at least on Twitch. Yeah, maybe. Although I don't actually know how many folks who watch my stream are interested in our games. Could possibly be a lot of overlap, but yeah, maybe I should include that. That's something to consider. That's a good idea. Thank you, Alsend. Zon says, how do you guys do version control for the Unity project and the art? Let me go see what that sound was. Today, Twitch is making sounds for me. So Ravenite, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So for version control, we use Perforce. Right here. And we just have all of the art and all of the game files, even concepts, even like marketing material, just really everything related to the game. The entire assets, project folder, and even stuff like screenshots we've taken, and even design documents sometimes and stuff. Everything related to the game we keep in that one giant repository. And the way I handle hosting is I have a droplet on DigitalOcean is the name of the hosting service, which I found to be a lot easier than AWS. Some people use AWS, but for me, Digital Droplet just seemed more straightforward. AWS makes my brain explode when I go into the back end. I'm like, what is even going on here? I do not have the expertise to know what the heck is going on. But yeah, the Digital Droplet thing has been working really well for us. Yeah, no worries, Nar. And like I said, there's so many roads. I think all roads can work. The important thing is just to doing, if whatever you do, if you just do, then that is usually will give the best results no matter what road you choose, even if it's kind of a weird road, as long as you're working toward it, if that's actually your goal, if that's really what you want to do. Because you mentioned that you're not, necessarily super focused on becoming professional one day. But focusing on the actual skills like the game engines, dev language, and how to build the actual game like physics, movement, interactions, etc. should always be the first priority. Yeah, I would just say if you want to be a games programmer, focusing on games programming is going to be, and there's so many different so many different facets to games programming. But yeah, you definitely, I would say, would want to focus on one skill. And if you want to be an artist, then you focus on art. I think it's really hard if you're just trying to do everything. Some people can do it though. Some people can do everything. They're just that talented. Chris Ghost Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Jubba Dubba says, why do you use this instead of Unity version control? We have used Unity's built-in thing, and it was trash. It was horrible. It would constantly get stuck. It would just take forever. It'd take like a million years. And it was confusing. It was like too simple, but too complicated at the same time. And the second we switched to Perforce, man, oh man, did our lives get better. Perforce and Unity is the best version control pairing I have ever used in my life. It has been very, very smooth. Perforce handles giant binaries really well, and it's very fast. Like the server works really well, and it compresses all of your things you check in the repository really well. It just has been working really well. Maybe the Unity built-in one is better now, but back when I used it, I did try to use it back on eShade, and it was literally destroying my life. Like I could not keep using it. It just keep getting stuck and keep getting broken and bugging out. I can't even tell you the horror stories. I've literally spent thousands of dollars on that just in work time, trying to make it work. All the crazy crap I had to do to like repair it when it would break. Let me see if there's a tea house. So there is a tea house start setting. And I wonder if it's gonna let us like see the tea house shows and stuff. Nar says, I would love to be a full-time game dev someday. That's a dream, but without knowing enough about it and being on a decent level skill-wise, I can't do that. Oh, gotcha right now. Gotcha. Dubba Dubba, thanks for the answer, no problem. Looking into collaboration at the moment, so this is great to know. Yeah, unfortunately, in order to use Perforce, you have to have your own server, and if you're going to do it on your computer, it's going to be really hard, and your computer's going to have to be on all the time, and it's just kind of going to be a nightmare. And if you want to use somebody else's server, then you're gonna have to pay for a server. So we pay like 30 bucks a month for server, which is a completely negligible cost for our production. But if you're just doing your own projects and collaborating with people, 30 bucks a month might be kind of steep. But for us, that's like less than an hour of somebody's work. Gaga Cha, hello, welcome. Says, I work in Europe while my employer in Canada. And because they don't have servers in Europe, my P4V is really slow for me. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't think that it would matter really where the server is. But yeah, our little server for 30 bucks a month is like blazingly fast. Like I can check in, I can literally do a 20 gigabyte check-in in like a few minutes. Oh, you have a server. All right, you're already halfway there. Easy. Okay, so he's telling me about the music. Let's see. Okay, here, we've got people in here. Perfect. I'm just gonna look for Mel. I don't see Mel anywhere. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Oh. Look, his or her little head is turned to the side. Where is Mel? Don't see her in here, so maybe tomorrow. Oh no, there she is, there she is. Okay, I like coming up to the tea house to relax and check out the local music scene. Open shop. Heck yeah, cool. Okay, that's perfect. Probably somewhere nearby your location. They did try to rent a server in Europe, but in the end, They wanted to cut losses. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know where my server is. I don't even know where DigitalOcean has their servers, but I think it's pretty fast. We have an employee in England, and she says it's pretty fast and painless. The sync. Folks, I'm going to be right back. All right, so that's done. We're golden on that. Perfect. So there was one about a mole hole. That sounds like a good one to do. Oh, let's see. Mega Misaki package. Hey, these are done. Can judge at festival. Let's do Whispering Flora need reading animation. Oh. Let's search for mole. You're entering the mole hole by D's waterfall leads to nothing. So let's check out the mole hole by D's waterfall. Well, the mole by D's waterfall should lead underground, right? That's weird. Go developer start settings. And then let's see what happens when we enter the mole hole. Let me about that. Louise, Ricardo, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Channel says, are there any themes on altruism in this one? What are your thoughts on altruism in general? As for some context, I give 5 to 10% of net income for altruistic stuff. Wait, what are you talking about? Altruism, like helping other people. Are there any themes on altruism? You mean like charity, I'm assuming. Are there any themes of charity in this one, like the game in Glimmerwick? Are there any themes of charity? What are my thoughts on charity? I think charity is good. I think it's good. Let me, that is so small, that little tiny baby mole hole. Okay. Let me give myself Potion of the Mole. Oh, I already have one. Okay. Whoa! Oh yeah, that breaks the game. So we need to figure out what is gonna happen. Entering the mole by D's waterfall leads to nothing. So okay. Currently the game breaks when you use Potion of Mole on the mole hole into Newt's Eye outside of Clover, outside of its quest context. Is there a situation where players could try this before the quest? And I'll put that on the same line. And what should happen after the quest is complete with this mole hole? Should the player bark? I don't need to go in there again or something. We must discuss. Okay. Let's see. Too deepy or too deep. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Charity. You asking me how much money I give to charity? Right now we're running out of money. Finishing Glimmerwick. I've donated to charity in the past though. Too deep says your game development process is amazing. Well, thank you. What is this Trello you are using? This is just the Trello for our game. For our work, we have a couple different lists. We use Trello in kind of a weird way. We just have lists for each team member. There's 3 of us. There's Jacqueline, Jenny, and myself. And we just dump our cards off into the lists. And then we just, we need to ask somebody about them. Then we try to keep all the discussion about a particular issue on the card itself. And then when we finish the task, we dump it in this done list. Kind of how we do it. No, not a dumb question at all. Okay, so yeah, I wish that I really was excited. I thought we could figure out that mole hole thing. Okay, that land in the south is no good. It makes the lake seem small. That's at 16:21:34. So let's check that out. So 16:21:34. So it's going to be in this video. Trello is free, yeah. 16:10, 16:27. Oh man, that looks cool. 16:24, 16:19, 16:21. What was it? Was 16:21:34. 16:21. Gotta wait till we get to 34. That land is no good right here, so that's what she's saying. Makes the lake seem small. Yeah, it does. Especially because we're so much more zoomed out than we used to be. I wonder if this is gonna work. I haven't seen this work in a long time. That's cool. It actually worked. Huh. Where did the player go? I wonder if she wrote it down. Maybe it's already been fixed. Probably. Anyhow, so the landmass, I think mostly the landmass is not too bad. Let's go see if there's an easy way to modify it, but it really, the camera angle is so much wider now. That it's really making the lake seem very small. But it seems like it shouldn't be too hard to change the shape of this. Yeah, it doesn't, I don't see why it should be any issue whatsoever. I wonder if it's going to be an easy way to adjust the camera based on what body of water you're in. Yeah, I wonder if it might not be worth it. Maybe I'll just adjust this. Okay, this is actually kind of a big bit of surgery. So let me see what I have checked out. Mel stub, spring glade work. We'll do like Mel in tea house. Convo alteration. Yeah, save. We'll go ahead and check both that stuff in. Cool. Oh, thanks, Too Deep. I love to hear it. Production quality right there. I love to hear it. Pleases me. Yeah, it's a big. We've been working on it for a long time. Got 3 full-timers, myself, Jenny, our full-time programmer, and my wife, Jacqueline. We've been working on this game since we shipped Eastshade in 2019, so it's been 6 years. I'm gonna head over to Perforce and go to our terrain blend file, that in there, and let's crack open our terrain and see if we can move this this lake without too much trouble here. Too Deep asks for an ETA. We have not announced a release date yet. We're not going to do early access though. We're just going to release it, and it's just going to be done, and people are going to play it, and the people who play it will get to play a polished, enjoyable game. We have a closed beta right now, sent out about 30 keys. We've got about 20 people have completed the demo, which is 2 to 3 hours. And we have been hearing very, very, very positive feedback. It's really hard to know. It's honestly so hard to get real feedback because your pool is completely biased, right? When you send out like an application form to go into a closed beta, you know, the pool of people who are like, yes, I want to play like a janky, broken early version of a game and I want to help you make it better. They're typically people who are really quite jazzed about your game. And it's sort of, you know, you're selecting for a certain, you know, type of person that, I don't know, maybe they're more kind to you than the general, you know, gaming public will be. But then again, maybe not. I really don't know. It's very hard to tell. I'm having trouble with it, but it seems like the feedback has just been really, really, really positive. Like we asked, we have a score rating thing in our feedback form. The average score that we've gotten is 8.6. So lots of people are giving us 10s and stuff. And yeah, it just seems like we're getting a lot of 9s and 10s. And it seems like if they, you know, hopefully they're not blowing smoke up our ass. That's all I'm saying. But we feel like we just feel really good about the game. I had a certain way I felt about Eastshade before it launched, our last title in 2019. I thought it was solid. You know, I was tremendously proud of it. I thought for the right person, you know, they would enjoy it. But I did not feel the way about Eastshade. I did not feel the way that I feel about Songs of Glimmerwick. Songs of Glimmerwick feels like a much stronger game to me in many, many ways. All right, rock on. Arvix, thanks for dropping by the stream. Glad you could catch it. Too Deep says, I played Mind Over Magic for like almost 2,000 hours. I haven't heard of that one. Would be nice to play something of a similar theme. What is Mind Over Magic? Why have I not heard of Mind Over Magic? Mind Over Magic. Okay. It's a mid sort of, this is why I haven't heard of it. Sort of a mid-tier game published by Clay, which is interesting. Oh, side scroller. Okay, wait, what is the genre? It's survival building, colony sim management. Okay, well that is nothing like our game, so sorry about that. That ain't happening. Interesting. Colony sim. I don't really know much about this genre. I'm wondering if there'll be a more, okay, here we go. Colony sim. Okay, so this is sort of the... I have no idea what playing this game is like. I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Huh, it's such an interesting game. And it came out in February, so they're definitely not done with their sales curve yet. It's still going to be making a lot of money. So this game probably grossed probably $1 to $2 million by now, potentially more. A very interesting game. Interesting looking game. I had not heard of that one. Witches and Wizards. It's like wizard themed Oni. Interesting. Oni was the game that I got really hooked on. Almost 5,000 hours into it. Wow. I haven't played Oni either. Okay, so gonna check out that lake. Where is the lake? Here is the city. Here's the Ochre Woods. What's going on? I wonder if I made a separate file for the Ochre Woods. This looks very, very strange and misaligned. So, okay, oh, okay, I'm looking at the world upside down. There we go. All right, now let's go into the Outliner and find our East Lake 1. So this is the render mesh to cube. And this is the Deepwater Fizz to cube, and this is the Deepwater Marker. Okay. And this is the water walls. There's actually a crap ton of stuff we have to modify here, which makes this really quite hard. What are we going to do? How are we going to modify it? I guess the easiest way might just be to take one point. Take one point like right here and get a big soft connected. We don't want to be pulling the other side. We don't want to be pulling the other side of the lake, so we definitely have to do less than that. Okay. Yeah, she's right. It does make the lake seem small. We'll go down 10. That's not enough. We'll go down 20. Now it just kind of has a boring silhouette, unfortunately. We'll go down 30. A slightly more interesting silhouette. We'll go down 40. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Now let's see if we can manage to fix every single part, because there are so many parts to this lake. So now what are we in? Now we're in, nothing. As far as I can tell, this mesh does not export. Because it's just a random plane in no man's land. So that one I don't care about. Now we're looking at the water walls. So in order to get this synced up, maybe I can just grab these two and do, I think I ended up doing 40, right? Oh God, oh brother, I don't remember. Oh, you know, I need this to actually see what I'm doing. Oh, no, we don't want to change that fall off, so. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Okay, we're just gonna have to eyeball it. Game over, baby, let's see. So looking at the water wall, we just need a little tiny bit. A little tiny bit away from the coast. So it seems like something like that. Feels like we use another one like right here. Okay. All right, so there we've got the water walls, Control S. And then we also have the deep water indicator. So the deep water indicator needs to line up perfectly. This one is really important. The deep water indicator needs to perfectly line up with the deep water collision volume. So here's the deep water indicator and here's the deep water collision. Just all? Is it just all on this layer? No, it's not all. So where is it all? I don't even know what's going on here. But whatever this is, I don't want showing. So let's turn that off. What is that? Yeah, those are the shallow water volume. Here's the deep water collision. And here we need to just touch up how this is working. So let's go like this, and then let's just move it. The big ol' soft factor here. That is gross. I don't like what it's doing to that part. Yeah, it's gonna be really tough here. Paulsen says, would you say streaming helps with feeling productive? How does the development of the game differ when you're not streaming? Yeah, I did. Somebody asked this at the beginning, and I do stream so that I can stay more focused. I find it helps me focus. I would say when I'm really, really deep into a task and I'm really like, I'm just on the scent, I'm in flow. I don't know if you have heard of that term. When I'm totally in flow on something and I'm 100% focused and concentrated, then I am much more productive when I'm not streaming. But that doesn't happen all day long, right? So like I'm not in flow for like 4 hours straight. Usually I'll be in flow for like a couple hours. And there's still time in the day where I can do that off stream. But then, you know, if I just want to sort of be moderately focused for 3 hours or something, then streaming is great because I can't, you know, I can't go to Reddit or whatever. I can't mess around and watch YouTube videos or anything like that. So it helps a lot with that. As long as there's not, fortunately for me, I don't really get a lot of viewers. I just get like a little bit of viewers, just enough to sort of keep me company and ask cool questions and stuff, which I really enjoy chatting with folks. But you know, it's not like there's 200 people in here who are all, you know, then it would be, I think it would be really hard because people might be talking to me, and I want people to talk to me because I don't feel like it's very fair if I'm just going to ignore everyone. Then what's even the point of streaming? But if there were too many people, then it would probably be pretty hard to get stuff done. But fortunately, I think my stream usually has a really good balance where, for the most part, I'm just able to focus and do my thing. I also, when I stream, I always pick tasks that I know don't use 100% brain power. I pick tasks that I can like make good progress on with like 60, 70% brain power. If there's something really hard that I'm going to really need to roll up my sleeves and think, then I won't do that on stream. So I just really sort of pick, I know what I'll be able to do on stream. I used to be a lot more interested in trying to select things that would show well on stream. Like back when I was working on eShade, I would try to stream things that I know people would be interested in seeing, and typically more art related things are more interesting to watch. So I knew that my stream, my viewer count would go up when I did those kinds of tasks. So I tried to save those tasks for doing on stream. But now I just don't give a crap. Now I just only focus on myself, what I'm going to be able to stream well. Because in the grand scheme of things, streaming contributes very, very, very little to our overall like publicity in terms of like audience acquisition for our games. Streaming is nearly negligible. Probably like less than 1% of our players find us through my streams. So. Arvix says, do you advise me to make an exploration game like eShade in 2025, or is it risky now? I think it depends. Like eShade, a lot of people think eShade is a walking sim, but it's not. eShade is more like an RPG. So RPGs sell very well, and eShade has a very strong adventure game backbone, and it's open world, and it's quest driven, and there's a lot of there's like a pretty sizable amount of content in eShade, and the world is very like grand garden, very sort of like meticulously designed, and most importantly, like if you are capable of creating a game world that has the fidelity and the art direction level of eShade, it almost doesn't matter what game loop you put in there. It will sell. If you can make a game that looks as good as eShade, it will sell. If you've got a game that doesn't look nearly as good as eShade, then I would say no. I would say that the further away you can get from like what looks to people like a walking sim, the better. I think eShade is sort of a terrible genre. Like the median sales of that kind of adventure game is pretty bad, and I think eShade is definitely an exception. It was bad even in the year it came out, though. It's not like anything has changed since then. If eShade was released today, I think it would make it pretty much exactly the same amount of money. I don't think anything would be different about that. But yeah, I don't even know. Exploration became this catch-all term for games that sort of had nebulous genres, and I don't love the word in general, because exploration doesn't really mean anything unless you're like finding something, and what is the thing you're finding and what is the thing you're doing. So I've always felt like exploration is kind of a nebulous and useless game verb, right? But I know what kind of game you're talking about when you say it, just because people have been using it. But I think that more RPG-ish games are going to do a lot better. There's also crafting and stuff in Eastshade, and there you can build vehicles and you can ride boats and bicycles and things, and I think that helps a lot as well. Let me catch up. I lost my place on chat here. Alsen says the distraction of the internet. Yeah, exactly, right? It is very distracting. Fafa says the live stream hangouts always nice to stay casually focused on game dev projects as a viewer as well. Yeah, I find the same thing. Sometimes I like to put up another game dev stream, and like you're not even necessarily actively paying attention, but it's almost just like you just feel the energy of working with someone. It's kind of can be energizing. I know exactly what you mean, Fafa. And I'm really happy that people will use my stream in that way. I really like that. It's cool. Then every once in a while, you poke in and watch what they're doing for a few minutes and then work on your own stuff again. I like that. One Bakwa says, do you ever get shy when you are in front of a camera and talk to people? I would say, like, because I feel like I know my subjects, like I feel like I'm really good at the stuff I do, and I feel like I know a lot about it, and I've been doing it for a long time. So when it's a subject that I feel like I know in and out, then I can just gab and gab. But like just the other day, I recorded a YouTube video, and I was floored by how hard it was to actually record it and speak off the cuff. It can be really hard, man. It's just really hard, and I'm not naturally good at it. Like in general, I used to think that I was, but now I feel like I'm not. It's just the subject matter makes it easier. So I would say if you really know your stuff really well, then it gets a lot easier to talk about it. And plus I'm like a blabbermouth and I never shut up. So that helps. Alsen says, you seem to have a good balance of getting back into things after reading chat. Rock on. Well, I'm glad you feel that way. It can impact focus if somebody is like just asking a lot of questions in a row, which is fine. I'm happy to chat with people. But yeah, usually it's good. Hi again, Bajin. All right, so I think this feels right. And I'm looking at the other deep ocean areas, and I think that we have struck a pretty good balance here. So now what's left to do is I just need to bring the walls from my deep ocean volume. So I know it's really probably hard to understand what's going on, but this little line right here it's just a visual indicator, a little rapid of where the deep ocean is, which means that the player can't swim there. They can only boat there. So I just need to keep it lined up with the actual water wall. Now that we've moved the whole ocean. I really hope this doesn't have any downstream consequences. This is quite a big change what I'm doing, just like changing all of these meshes right here. Great. And now I need to just make sure I have all the meshes. So just looking at the stuff we have got the East Lake 1 deep water and the water walls and the East Lake. So pretty much all the East Lake related meshes, I'm going to get in there. East Lake, and I'm just going to check them out. I'm just going to make them writable. Grab everything to do with East Lake. Terrain, East Lake floor, I'll even grab that. Why not? Swim water walls, check all that stuff out. Let me just make sure I've actually got the floor. So the floor is part of East Lake. think that should be everything. This is part of East Lake water walls. I'll just run the exporter now. So I've saved, I exported, everything seemed to go fine. Let's see what happens. Benari, hello. Is it possible to ask a question and get some help? It depends on the specificness of your question, but you can feel free to ask and I'll let you know if I can help you. Sometimes people ask a really specific question like, will you look at my code or something? And I'm not going to do that on stream. If you've got a high level question, then I can see if I can help. Arvik says, thanks, sir. I'm new to game development. Really wanted to use Unity for a long time, but I'm still worried they might pull something like what happened in 2023. Do you think they can be trusted? I don't know. It's really hard. It's really hard to know because they're a public company. And just the fact that they tried it was really scary. And it was a wake up call for me. It really was. It was a wake up call for, I've been indie for 10 years and I spent 5 years of my life and 5 years of my wife's life making eShade. And now it's everything to us. And just the idea that they, even for a day, tried to change the license of the middleware retroactively was absolutely terrifying. And I don't know if they would have been able to do it. I don't know if the courts would have stopped them. But now, in terms of the United States courts, I'm worried that the US courts would not stop anyone, right? They're basically going to fight for the corporation every time, it seems like. So it was just really scary. It's really scary to bet your entire life and your entire company and your entire, all of the work that you've done for years and years. It's really scary to put it all on a middleware. And it made me feel like I would feel a lot better if we went open source with Godot and we really controlled our destiny. It would make me feel better. But then again, that's also scary because then, if that open source, now you want to put it on some platform, it sort of becomes harder because you have to maintain it yourself and stuff. I don't know. It's hard. But yeah, it scared us. It also made me realize just how expensive Unity is, even for us. We make decent money. Our company makes decent money. But when you add up the licensing costs, we're paying about, what is it? It's about $6,000 a year right now for our licenses, and it over a 5-year development. That's a lot. That's it ends up being could be like $20,000 to $40,000 just for your engine middleware, which is really significant. It's a lot of money. Anyhow, Trinari says, I have a code I need to decrypt. It's a cipher. No. I can't help with that. Sorry. Sneaky move. Yeah, very sneaky. Fafa says, Game Maker is a great choice and easy to get into if you want to do 2D. Yeah, I've heard good things about Game Maker. One Bakpa says, does this make you think to move to Godot? Yes. Our next game, we're gonna experiment with Godot. I don't know if it is up to snuff. I'm mostly worried about performance. It doesn't seem like the Godot team is that concerned with performance, and I'm very concerned with performance. So, the kind of games we make. Although with Glimmerwick, it wouldn't have mattered, but with our next game, it will a little bit more. So that's my only concern is performance. So we'll see. We'll mess around with it. I'll try to make something beautiful in it. Here's something. What's this? This is just a plane. Let's expand that a little bit. So there's lake water, lake duck surface. Expand it a little bit more. Drag it down, and then lake water. This one needs to be expanded a little bit more as well. Drag it down. Trinari says, I'm confused by the sneaky move comments, and if it was targeted to me for a challenge, and I think the sneaky move comment might have been directed at Unity for what they tried to do, but maybe at you, I'm not sure. One Bakwa says, why don't you think Unreal Engine it wants money after 1 million if you make. Wait, I don't quite understand the question. Sorry, One Bakwa. Bajin says, I tried to go over to Godot, it got a headache right away and came back to Unity. I see. I'm sorry about that. Okay, Too Deep is verifying that it was for Unity. Arvik says, heard of it, but haven't had the chance to try it yet. I'm worried that there's going to be some more, here there's a swim trigger. Okay, that also needs to be expanded. I cannot believe how much markup there is on this lake. It's kind of insane. Here we go, okay. There's the boating area as well. Boating area also needs to cover the whole lake. Boat start position, I think that's just about everything. Let me see. Got lake area. I'm not seeing any other markup. Okay, now I'm gonna go, well, first of all, there's a couple, like this dive volume, that seems all right. Oh, right, you can't dive in the deep water, so we need to move these dives. We need to move them down. And I think that this one we also need to move down as well. Can't be in the deep water. Probably be good to add another one. Why not? Put one right here. Put one over here. Why not add some more dives? Although, I don't even know, like this area, I don't even know what's going on with this area. Currently, there's just nothing. Figure that out. Too Deep says, blatant attempt right there by Unity last year motivated me to work on an engine itself. Wow. One Bakwa says, Unity costs too much, as you said, and I wondered why. Didn't you consider moving to Unreal because it doesn't have monthly or yearly cost? Wondered. There's a specific reason. Oh, well, for us, for us, Unreal is much more expensive than Unity. I mean, we make well over $1 million. eShade made well over $1 million. So we're going to be giving away 5% of our revenue. It's 5% still, right? I think. Yeah. So that would be really significant. So yeah, Unreal is much more expensive. Hello, Cruel Crusader. Bajin says, I don't make any money or anywhere near the million, so Unity is still free. That's right, that's good. I'm gonna grab the player character and set it to developer start settings. And let's just see if all the swimming and everything is working. Okay. I'm running into something right here. What is it? You can't walk north. So now I'm walking. But now I have no idea what's right here. Okay, so there's something right here. I'll check it out. Roman B says, the most important thing about engines is to enjoy it and that it works with your way of making games. The rest is mostly irrelevant. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I mean, sometimes you do have a checklist of features that you need sometimes for your particular game. Like for instance, we could not have made East Shade in Game Maker. And we also could not have made East Shade in Godot 3, that's for sure. Actually, there's probably a pretty slim list of commercial engines that we could have made East Shade with, and I think Unity and Unreal might be the only ones. Maybe CryEngine, but I've worked with CryEngine before, and it's really hard because it doesn't have documentation. Or you could build it from scratch. What is this player standing on? Let's go to Window and Analysis, and let's open up the physics debugger. So something, the player's standing on something, but what is it? It looks like some kind of a collision wall. And it's definitely... I actually don't know why it is where it is. And why can I only see it? Like, why can't I see it now? That's really strange. Where is it? So I'm just gonna, first of all, deactivate exterior world. Okay, so it is part of exterior world. And then I'm gonna go keep collapsing stuff. So keep collapsing stuff. There's dive manager, collapse it. Ochre Forest. Let's deactivate Ochre Forest. So it's somewhere in Ochre Forest. Very good. Let's keep on drilling down here. Okay, so it's somewhere in this selection. Okay, here it is. South Ochre Forest tree line. It's a Pro Builder shape. I don't know why it's particularly where it is. Seems like it should be much further back. Because I'm pretty sure players are supposed to be able to explore in this area. I'm just going to move all this stuff back. And I do want to make sure that players can't get through here. So this part I do want to make sure that this cuts in. Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of collision work around this area, figuring out what we're going to do with all that stuff. Unfortunately. Okay, show none. And I'll go ahead and save exterior world. Roman says, meant more between the big three being Unity, Unreal, and Godot. People wanting either one or the other to me is just missing the point of making games. Just make games, stop debating between all of them. Yeah, it has some ramifications. It's an important decision for sure. Arvik says, watched your 5th devlog yesterday. Hey, thank you for watching the devlog. Appreciate that. Blown away by the game's art style. Oh, wow. And thank you for the kind words. Really always makes us so happy to hear. Feels like a 2D version of the Harry Potter world. That's good. Hope I can create something like this in the future. All right. Thanks, Roman. Oops, sorry, bumped my mic. Okay, let's see what's going on now. Run around and see if the water is working. Perfect, that seems good. Oh no. So the dive bubbles are on the wrong level. I also think the dive bubbles need to be pushed more into the deeper water. Hey, Saravati. Welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry, Fafa. Yeah, they're a lot of work. And it's hard. It's really hard. It's so hard to know what is going to do well on YouTube. Like, I mean, the reason we make the devlogs are to bring in new players, because if they get enough views, they actually can drive wish lists. Like, we've got one that, like, the latest one has 60,000 views. That's good numbers. That really does bring in new players. People are finding the YouTube channel. You know, we got over 1,000 new subscribers from that. And it really does drive wish lists in the hundreds toward Glimmerwick. But it's just so hard to know what kind of thumbnail and title is going to bring people to the video, because I don't want to target the purely game devs. I really don't. I want people who are not game devs to be able to watch the devlogs and still get something out of it, whether it's education or inspiration or just maybe even entertainment if they find it interesting. I did an interview with Thomas Brush, and I'm sure some of you know who that is. Sort of a very popular game dev guru YouTuber, and he gave the example of the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes sort of documentaries that come on the Lord of the Rings DVDs. And I thought that was a really great example, because they're kind of like devlogs, right? They're devlogs of the movies, of the making of the movies. And they kind of get into technical details in the sense that they talk about the sort of, they talk about the difficulties and some of the, you know, some of the journey in the production of the movie, but they're absolutely not, you know, directed at filmmakers. They're directed at the general public. So I thought that was just a really great example of how you can make a devlog that is targeted at just people who are really interested in the kinds of games that you make. So I try to use that as a model, but it's hard. It's hard to think of what to talk about, and it's the hardest part is just that thumbnail and the title, because I'm really bad at making thumbnails and titles. No Miss Streams, hello, welcome. Looking at your name, you are from Germany, right? So at some point, my lineage had to have been German, because my last name, which is Weinbaum or Weinboim, probably, as the German would say, it is definitely German. But my dad is from Israel, and my grandma was from Russia. So I don't know where the German name comes from. Oh, Weinbaum is closer. Okay. Would it just be Weinbaum then? So I'm guessing you're probably German. No misstreams. Okay, so I moved those dive bubbles a little bit further away there. And I'm hoping that that works. I'm going to give Jenny a bug. Diving in Ochre Lake. Issues. There's some kind of layer / tagging issue going on. The player pops up out of the water when diving. We had something similar in the lake east of the city. Could you investigate? Give that one to Jenny. Solo says, I came to your channel through your devlogs. Rock on. Happy to hear it. I had heard of eShade and watched a streamer play a few hours of it, but did not know anything else about you guys. Have to say, great devlogs. Rock on. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you're enjoying the devlogs. The bomb sound is just for plural. Gotcha, gotcha. Nama Stream says, that sounds about right. And yes, I'm German game dev. Rock on. Sadly, quite a small community here, so I got intrigued. Germans, sadly, are more about work than games. I find that interesting that Germany is a small community for game devs, because Germany is one of the strongest gaming countries in terms of sales. I mean, it's also just a very populated country, but like for localization, when you're localizing a game, at least for us, German is our first. Well, probably Chinese is our first, but German is our second language that we would localize for, because there's just so many sales in Germany for any given game. But like even per capita, it seems like Germany is a very big gaming country. So I'm surprised. And of course, given, just having a very strong, very large European population in general, I would think there'd be more. No, I gotcha. I gotcha, Noma Streams. Okay. So there we go. I'll go ahead and save exterior world, and then I'll see if there's any other cards we can take a peek at. So that one should be good. This land is no good. Let's put that in done. There's another one, something about the edge. Edge of the forest or something. Here, this one. I don't like this bit of land in the Ochre Lake. It cuts in weirdly into the center scene with the dragon. I would like it gone and with just treetops at the edge of the screen. Okay, well, I think we've pretty much solved that. So those should be similar. Okay. Arvik Stern says, so can we expect the game to release in 2026? We have not publicly announced a release date, but I always appreciate when people are asking. And I'll say this, between you and me and the other 42 people who are watching, between YouTube and Twitch, Glimmerwick will not be coming out in 2027. That's what I'll say. You can deduce from that whatever you can deduce. Noma Stream says, probably complex topic. Quite a few people play, but doing game dev is like, oh, I see, not real programming. And the industry is simply underestimated by a lot. Interesting. That's interesting. Hello, Geek Engale. Welcome, welcome. There are some studios and some devs and games everybody knows, but it could be a whole different level. Yeah, it does seem like the video game industry is very centered around very particular cities. Like even in the United States, we have like no game companies except in like Seattle and what is it, Santa Monica or something. There's a couple cities in like the Silicon Valley area that have like all the games companies. And then Austin, Texas. Those are like where all of our game studios are, and then like none anywhere else. And it seems like that for other countries too. Like in Canada, all the game studios are in Montreal. It feels like there's really no significant. I mean, there's of course there's tiny indie ones everywhere, but all the big Canadian game studios, it seems like they're in Montreal. And I feel like maybe the world is kind of like that too. I don't know why they all sort of conglomerate to particular cities. Okay, let's see. What's this? Projection. Oh, fix this. Candles are cut off at the top and flames floating in random places at 13:58:40. This is probably not important, but whatever. I'll just fix it. 13:58:40. This is 13:58:40. So let's try to find that timestamp. 13:38, 13:55, 13:57, 13:58. We're almost there. What's going on? 13:58:40. I don't see the issue. So she's saying at 13:58:40, 13:58:40. We're at the right timestamp. 13:58:40. Projection. Candles are cut off at the top and flames floating in random places. Do you guys see what she's talking about? Candles are cut off at the top and flames floating in random places. I don't see any candles cut off at the top. I see these candles, but they're all looking correct. I wonder if she wrote the timestamp wrong. Definitely nothing wrong with this shot. The only thing I can do is maybe screenshot. 13:58:40. Am I in the right hour? 13:58:40. I just don't see it. Yeah, it's the right timestamp. It's interesting. Ben Swallow, hello. Just saw on my timeline. Will be interesting. How far on are you? Well, we have been working on this game for 6 years, so quite far, fortunately. Closing in on the finish line here. We have not announced a release date though, but we've got good 25, 30 hours of gameplay. Helma Streams basically have a lot of simulator games and some point and click games and some exceptions made by bigger and traditional studios, but nothing like Blizzard, EA, or Nintendo. Well, I guess very few cities in the world have anything as big as that. Geek Engale says, you are going to have sand jokes in this game, right? Well, we're going to have jokes in this game. Don't know specifically about sand jokes. Maybe that was a typo. Unbakwa says, you've been working on this game for 6 years? Yep, that's right. 6 years, baby. Well, I guess Jacqueline has been working on this game for 6 years. I've been working on this game for 5 years, and Jenny has been working on this game for 3 years? I don't remember. Sandwich. Oh, like a pun. Okay. No, I don't think we have that one in the game yet. All right, I've got time for just maybe one more. I think my baby boy is probably going to wake up soon. Been waking up ever since daylight savings. He's waking up before 7 usually, so. I'm in the United States, by the way, for anyone wondering. very early for me. It's 6:05 in the morning, 6:05 a.m. Yeah. Oh, Dark Forest map edge is showing at 12, 25, 35. Let's find that. The 12. 12:35. No, 12:25, 35. 12:05. There. 12:25, 35. Here it comes. Very dark. Too dark. Map edge. Okay, so she's walking off. So that's just a collision problem. We need to tighten up that collision. So let's check out Dark Forest 2. Go ahead and place my player down by our little debug door over here. And let's go with entry. Dark Forest 2, that's perfect. And I'll just check out, I'll just run around Dark Forest 2 and sort of see what our collision is doing. You know, Ben Swallow, I have been working in games professionally for almost 15 years now, so I am way out of the loop for what the good new tutorials are. Everyone seems to love Brackeys. Brackey is one of the biggest tutorials on YouTube. So maybe that's a good place to start. But there are just so many tutorials today. It's crazy. Anything you want to do, you just type it into YouTube and you can get video tutorials. It is really, it's a great time right now. Too Deep, I don't know if I thanked you for the follow. If I didn't, I apologize, and I thank you now. Dozy Burrito, thanks very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Appreciate it, folks. Dozy Burrito, thank you for the kind words. Thank you, thank you. Always amazing to hear. Arvik Stern says, I discovered your channel just 2 days ago and watched your video on Eastshade. Gave me goosebumps. Oh my goodness. That's wonderful. 19 from Egypt, and it's been my dream since I was 13 to make video games. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Well, you're not too far off from when I started. I started really early, but most people don't start that early. But I started around 16, and I pursued environment art was what I wanted to do, 3D environment art. And I really focused on that. Wait, it's not Dark Forest 2, it's Dark Forest 1. That's what we wanted. Let me back up here. I really focused on that. I honed in on that as my discipline, and eventually I got hired at ArenaNet as an intern working on Guild Wars, and I worked in AAA games for a couple of years, and then quit, and well, and then you know the rest. You watched the video on Eastshade. Crucial Dev, thanks very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. So, I just wanted to go to Dark Forest 2. And make sure that the entry, so we got the dev shortcut. I'm going to turn that off. Change it to the normal entry. Yeah, and if I do leave suddenly, folks, it's because my baby woke up. So I'll just, if I hear him cry, I'll just say bye everyone, and then I'll leave. And now I'm going to go to the entry and go just Dark Forest. There we go. That's what we want to do. And actually, I'll go to Dark Forest. open. Because we're probably going to have all sorts of collision issues in Dark Forest. I haven't really done a collision pass. And I just want to check out the entry point. So here's entry. Let's go dev shortcut entry. And then I'll move the dev shortcut entry over, I think like right here. Actually, I have not even scrubbed. I'll start right here. I'll scrub for collision starting right here. Check out that prefab, save, and back up, and then I'm gonna jump into play mode, and I'm just gonna start walking along all the collision walls and see where we need collision. Fafa said, glad to see you taking care. Just saw a Reddit post of a dude neglecting his wife and child because he wants to be a big streamer. Oh dear. Well, what's the point of succeeding in your career if you're just gonna neglect your family? That's what I say. I feel like you succeed in your career so that you can have the nice things, right? And hang out with your family and not worry as much about money. All these trees have collision, but you can just walk into all the edges. Oops. Ah. But I'd like to see my baby in the morning. He's always so happy. He always tells me funny things in the morning. Raise all these earths. See what else we got. He's 2 years old. Last night he told me. He said, Dada, want to talk about cars? And I said, oh, okay, what's your favorite car? And he said, blue car turning white. I don't know what that means, but it was pretty weird and creative. He's got something in that brain. Talking about something. Blue car turning white. No idea. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to start walking into the edges. Yeah, so we just have lots of collision work to do. I don't actually know how I'm going to handle the collision. Because like you can walk. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. There's just a lot of ways we could go with the collision. All these borders here. Okay. And then looking at our video. Oh, okay. Actually, it was Dark Forest 2. I'm an idiot. We just have so much collision work to do. It's not even funny. One Bakba says, you sleep during the day. Yes, right now I'm sleeping during the day. This is actually kind of the end of my day. I'll go to bed soon. Sen says, maybe he just likes when the light hits the car. Yeah, it could be. It's so weird. They learn so many things about the world and they don't really know what they're seeing and they just have weird ways of describing it. So it totally could be something like that. He's said so many weird things before, like really weird, like interesting things that he's noticed that I wouldn't even think to notice, but they're interesting to him. Yeah, it could totally be something like that. I asked him, we're learning opposites right now. So I asked him, what's the opposite of a big car? And he said, small car. And I said, what's the opposite of a fast car? And he said, cracker car. And then he laughed his ass off. He thought that was absolutely hilarious. To be fair, it was pretty funny. For a 2-year-old, I give the joke like a 6.5 out of 10. Not bad. Cracker car. Fra Yoshi, thank you so much for the follow. And Solo Azium, really appreciate it, folks. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so I've sort of got what's going on there with the collision, so I've made a mental note. And maybe I should just jump in and start doing it, but really I want to cross the item off from my list. So I'm going to go Dark Forest 2, and then we're going to enter into Dark Forest 2, and I'm going to start walking on the edges and see what we have there with the collision. Ooh, that's not good. Okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to go backwards. No, we're not going to be able to go back. Yep. Okay. Oops. I got to jump into play mode again. Okay. There we go. We're in Dark Forest 2, and I'm walking toward the edges. I just want to see where the collision is. Nothing. So we've done absolutely no work at all on any of the collision. I have no idea what the collision is going to be. Like, should we let players walk into this water? I don't think so. I don't think that's necessary. We're going to have to make collision for all this, everywhere. Like, how do we block off this? Walk through all these rocks. There's not going to be any collision here. I didn't even think about, I don't think about collision when I make places. I think about beauty. I think about the big read. I think about being evocative through the visuals. I think about moving people through their eyeballs. I think about all these things like silhouette and form and values. And I think about sort of density. And I think about nature. And I solve the visual problems, and then I don't think about collision. And if I did it the way that gamers wanted me to do it, we would just only have dungeons, because that's what they like. They like giant walls that are completely opaque, that there's no question that you can't cross them. And with something like this, what am I going to do here? What am I going to do? Because should I let players walk around here? No, I shouldn't, because there's nothing to do out here. What, and then they walk over here? Where does it end? There's nothing over here. This is not where they're supposed to go. They got to go this way. And of course, this area, hopefully folks are seeing this area and they're thinking, this looks really nice. This looks, very fantasy. I'm this very weird and surreal place with the lily pads, and we've got the little walkways and all kinds of cool shit going on. Well, the reason it looks good is because it's, it's handcrafted. And it has some strong directionality to it. It has a clear path to follow. And I don't know what I'm going to do about the collision, because I feel like I can't just let players walk over here. There's just nothing to do over here. And if I let players walk this far, and then I put a collision right here, then they're going to wonder, why can't I just go do this? And once they get right here, they're going to hit this route, and they're going to say, why is the game forcing me to stay right here? Why isn't the game letting me? Like, oh, this is so unrealistic. Why is this route stopping me? I should be able to walk over this route. And they're just only going to think that far. And they're going to be really mad, because they're going to feel like they want to get over here so that they could do all the cool content we put all over here. They're going to wonder why we didn't let them get to the millions of dollars of content that we put over here, that we stopped them from getting to with this one little collision, because we hate our gamers and we hate ourselves, and that's why we did so much content that we're stopping them from getting to. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. I have to think about it. I didn't even think about what the collision wall will be. I think the only option would be to put a bunch of rocks right here. to stop people. That's the only thing. Down here, I think that I'll just have to put a collision wall right here, and it'll be kind of unclear why you can't go south, but at least there's a bunch of stuff occluding in your way. Thanks, Fafa. Raw Yoshi said she should walk over the rocks. Oh, yeah. Dozy Burrito says, as a gamer, I like finding wee niche areas that have an Easter egg or cool item. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. As players want there to be that. And we have that some places, but sometimes we just want to stop players from going somewhere. And you need to put some kind of wall. And it can't be a beautiful wall. It has to be a big, ugly wall, and it has to absolutely destroy your scene and make sure it's really ugly. Satisfy their hatred for invisible walls. Fafa says, personally, I think such penumbra areas are great fun. Just popping a minor pickup item, such a nook or cranny, can reward curiosity. Here's the problem. The problem is, if we reward players' curiosity to test the edges of the map, if we say, well, players, you can go here, and oh, cool, you went back here. First of all, this area is not done, right? This is all gray. It's just hollowness. So now we have to spend thousands of dollars arting all of those areas that normally you wouldn't even be able to get to or see. But now we're rewarding players for doing this. And now we're asking players, we're begging players, please fuck around with the edges of the map everywhere. Always try to push up into the nook and crannies. Always try to, walk up through the rocks. Always try to walk up past the roots. Always try to walk through the bushes. And we're making the invisible wall problem, or in general, just the walling of the game. We're making our lives even harder now, because now we're rewarding players for messing around with the collision at the edges. And now they're even going to notice more when we put poorly prescribed collision walls. And they're going to wonder why they're going to see stuff like this, and they're going to be like, why can't I get past this? What if there's a cool goodie for me over there? Of course, there's not going to be, because if we put a collision wall there, there's no way we put a goodie past there. But it still makes them mad. And I know I'm in the minority, but I know that like almost 100% of my chat right now is probably listening to this and being like, you idiot, of course. But I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. It's a really hard problem, and something people complained about in Niche Shade, and it's something people are already complaining about with Glimmerwick, and I don't know how to do it other than just making all our games as ugly as Satan and just making disgusting dungeons for everything. That's the only way I know how to solve it. Okay, but let's get started here. Let's get started. How about a big black silhouette of leaves moving in parallax to block off any line of sight past the point? That's a good idea. And that's something we do a lot. And maybe that's what we'll do here. Let's check it out. The bane of my existence. I tell ya. I'm also cursed. I'm cursed as a developer, because as a player, I'm cursed with the disadvantage of not caring about this stuff. And it makes it so hard for me to put a lot of time into it, because it's hard, and then I don't care about it, and then I feel like I'm wasting my time, even though I know everyone else cares about it. One of those things. Okay, I'm gonna save Dark Forest. And I'm going to, first of all, make sure, yeah. So if we keep the player on the path here, we shouldn't be seeing all this stuff. And we'll go Dark Forest 2. Okay. And then I'm going to start doing some collision walls. So let's create, I think I'm just going to do like, I'll try to keep it to just one wall to the entire area if I can. Call it like walls. I'll just call it walls. I'm going to add a mesh or like a, what is Pro Builder poly shape or something. No, none of that. Okay. Let's create. Should be like Pro Builder. The volume. Not a volume. What is it? Where is it? Is it 3D object? Pro Builder cube. Not a Pro Builder cube. It's called a poly shape or something. Okay. I don't know what it's called. I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to save. And I'm going to go into our other dark forest. And I'm going to find a wall. Swamp walls. Copy. I can't even, it's going to take so much time to wall off everything perfectly. This is interesting. Okay, so we have multiple in here. All right, there we go. Poly shape. That's what it's called. Call it walls. We'll just put it right in the middle of the scene. Walls. And then we'll grab the, here we'll just call this walls 1. Okay. So what I like to do, first of all, I don't want it to be quite so tall. So we'll do the extrusion like 3. And then the scale 1. I think 3 should be enough there. And then I'll just add a mesh. So we've got the mesh render, and then I'll save it, and then I'll back up, and I'll actually do this in the, I won't do that at the prefab level. I'm going to back up and I'm going to do this in the main scene. It'll just be so much easier to see what's going on. So I'm going to crack open the game view, stick it down here, and now I'll just put it in the bottom window. There we go. There. Now we can kind of see what we're doing. And I'll head up to my walls here. So now we should be able to see what we're doing, edit this at the same time. So first, we don't need so many nodes. I just want to, or so many like points. I'm going to thin this out a little. And this white render mesh will make it really easy to see where we're at. Josie Burrito says, does the type of collider in Unity affect performance? Technically, yes, it does, but depending on the use case, like sort of static colliders like this are really not going to be a big deal. If you've got complicated colliders colliding with complicated colliders at like a really large scale, like you have like 100 of them or something, then I think it'll start to become a problem. But in our games, collision is just never an issue at all in terms of performance. It's a massive issue in terms of design and art, but not an issue. I'm going to delete all these nodes. Oh no. See, now why did that happen? Why did it delete that node? I don't understand Pro Builder. Just randomly deletes the thing that I wasn't. There, it did it again. It did it again. I wasn't clicking on that one. Clicking on this one. What are you doing? There, it did it again. Kai Dota 2, hello and welcome. Here I've been using a million white walls as invisible walls this whole time. The poly shape seems way easier. The poly shape is actually a nightmare to work with, but compared to placing a bunch of boxes everywhere, the poly shape might be a little bit easier. I mean, I'm using it, so, you know, I guess some part of me feels like it's easier than placing the boxes, but the poly shape is very annoying to work with, in my opinion. I wish I could just model it in my 3D app. That would probably be the easiest, but I don't have all of the information in my 3D app. Like, I don't know where all this stuff goes, so. I could like export all this stuff as a giant mesh or something into my 3D app, but that would also be a nightmare. And then I would also have the problem if I wanted to update positions of things, it would be a problem. It's just really a hassle. I wish that there was a better tool for authoring these sort of simple collision walls. It's like Pro Builder drives me crazy. I'm constantly screaming, as you guys can hear. It just does funky things. I'm just trying to keep it constrained to the water here. Looks like the Viz camera needs to go up way higher, which is crazy. We're already that far along. I'm gonna try to move it way over here. And the white just really helps me see where my collision is. There we go. There's like, I'm looking down the bottom here. There's no reason that the player needs to go behind this mushroom right there. So I'm gonna lift the collision there. There's just no reason they need to go there. And now I need to create the walls go right around the edge of this little catwalk thing. Fra Yoshi, an OT question. Have you ever thought of porting Ishe to VR? Oh, I've thought of it. I've thought about it. Quite a bit of thought. I actually wrote a whole like essay on it in our Steam forums because people kept asking for it. Even though I don't think anyone would really play it. I think they're just asking for it. I think they just think it would be cool. But most of the people asking for it didn't even have VR headsets, so I don't even know why. They just want me to burn all my money, I guess, in a giant bonfire. But the thing about VR is that, it just, nobody buys VR games, so VR is kind of dead. Honestly, VR is kind of dead. And then the other thing about VR is eShade is actually not a good game for VR. It's terrible. It's a horrible game for VR. Because the most successful VR games are the ones where you don't move your body. You're in a cockpit, you're in a Gundam, you're in a fighter jet cockpit, or you're standing in one place and you're swinging a sword, you know, like Beat Saber or whatever. But the entire idea of moving through a world is horrible in VR, and nobody has figured it out. You would think that Bethesda, with all of their money and all of their developers, when they tried to port Skyrim to VR, you'd think they'd be able to figure it out. And if anyone could, then it would be a giant AAA company with a bunch of people who they can hire to put on it. And they still couldn't figure it out. because everyone hated. I mean, people just complained endlessly about Skyrim VR. So I don't want to just do a shittier version of Skyrim VR and then have people complain endlessly about it. And also just make no money at it. That's the big thing, is just not make any money on it. Just so much work, not make any money. And since it's not something I'm excited by or inspired by, just kind of like, at least if I'm going to do something that sucks for me, like is boring for me, at least I want to make a lot of money. Very few people have VR. Yeah, that's right. You invest a lot of time and money, and few people, money and people would be unhappy. Yeah, I would never get it right. The other thing is eShade is already very performance demanding, you know? And VR is like, you need like 120 FPS and and you need it to render in 2 different cameras. So it's like you need to not double your performance, because double performance would be 120 FPS. You need to quadruple your performance because you need 120 FPS in 2 eyes. It's like, it's completely insane. It needs to be like PlayStation 2 graphics to be within frame. Blue 53 and Peter Masek. Thank you very much for the follow. Also, did I get your follow, Fryoshi? I'm not sure if I did, but if I didn't, I apologize. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to turn off the mesh render. I'll just move the collision over here to these rocks. And then I'm just going to put a bunch of rocks right here and hope that that will be enough. I'm going to turn off the walls, and I'll just try to prescribe our collision with a couple rocks right here. We'll try some different boulders. Just put some rocks. Hopefully it'll be enough for players. They'll feel like they shouldn't be able to walk there. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. It kind of looks cool to have so many rocks cluttered up. I haven't really tried to do that with the rocks. Yeah, great. Cool. Okay, perfect. Right. Walls. Let's turn these walls back on. And keep going. I wonder if players should be able to walk into the water a little bit. Not sure. Okay, I need to move my Viz camera now. We're getting further up into the environment. Roberto, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I love that my Twitch is actually making sounds that notify me. That's very helpful. I'm going to try to find a nice collision wall. for this part. I'm trying to figure out what exactly. We'll go all the way up to these mushrooms right here, and then sort of cut off, I don't know, like right here-ish. Oops. Let's try to find a spot. You shouldn't be able to go any further than like right here. And we'll go around this one. Yeah, that should be pretty good. Let people go in a little bit more right there. Then we'll make sure that they have to get back on the path for this. Then we'll just hug the interior of this little catwalk. Perfect, easy. Okay, what we got going on here? Gonna move our Viz camera. I really want to save this prefab because we've done really a lot of work on this now. Let's go ahead and apply. Hopefully that saves. I'm hoping that polyshape saves at the prefab level. I'm just going to open it up, make sure that it. Yes, it looks like it does. Perfect. Okay. Bethesda can't make a proper game as it is, let alone a VR game. No, that's completely wrong. Bethesda is an extraordinarily competent studio. When they say dance, the entire world dances, and that's because they are incredibly good at what they do. Top level. I mean, who's better than them, right? Like 4 studios, maybe you could say. I don't know. You could pick like some other super top tier $100 million production budget devs, but they're at the top of their game. That's why I mean, just because people perceive their games as buggy because they have such insanely, their games just have such insane scope that, you know, they have more bugs than other games. They also seem to prioritize that sort of polish a little bit less than other studios, which, I mean, is probably part of the reason they're able to, like, their output is pretty high too. And then on top of that, you know, their games are just, the scope is so insane on their games. They have such crazy amounts of content in their games. So many features and systems. But yeah, there is no room for like, gamers are completely unforgiving. So when a game makes, you know, however many hundreds of millions of dollars, is about every Bethesda game that has been released recently, there's absolutely no room for like low quality, like bad dev work. They're absolute ninjas. I think the gamer standards are completely insane. They're so insane. But they're not like, they still have, you know, they're ready to pay money with they're ready to buy stuff. Even though they might say something is shit, they'll still buy it. But yeah, I'm not going to be able to outdo Bethesda. But we have a little bit of Bethesda in us too. Like, Eastshade was pretty buggy. Eastshade was pretty buggy, and we just sort of had to pick our battles. I mean, the scope of E-Shade was pretty insane too. It was like, I mean, that game in terms of diameter was a fifth the size of Skyrim. And the game had 35 quests. It had over 100 NPCs, and they were almost all of them were fully voiced. And every quest had a different verb. Like every quest had different things that it asked the player to do. Like there were no formulas. And, you know, we had all these NPCs and all these stories and everything. And part of the thing that we had to give up was like polish. Just what you have to do. So the NPCs, you know, their animations are really stiff and wooden. And they only had like a very limited set. They all kind of shared a rig. So there's just a lot of things that you have to pick your battles. And I spent a year full time on E-Shade, mostly working on optimization because that was the biggest thing people had complaints about, even bigger than the bugs. So that's kind of what I spent all my time on. And then obviously I did a lot of bug fixes too. Tried to just keep it to the most high priority ones, prioritize the optimization. And then after a year, I was just like, okay, well, I'm not going to work on this game forever. Gotta move on eventually. And then, of course, lots of people think of that as abandoning, which makes me really upset. Probably my biggest pet peeve when gamers say that you abandon something just because you finished it. Dramir says, gamers skip the tutorial and then complain the game isn't intuitive. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. But you just have to assume people are going to skip the tutorial, and then you have to still try to make the game work. It's hard, man. They're tough cookies. Let's see. Tuckmuck says, they made Skyrim 1,000 times since 2011. They're not investing in new stuff like VR. They're barely investing in new tech. For their regular games, all that money is going to execs, not to development. Interesting take. Tuckmuck says, I'm not a game complainer. I just played Conquistadorio, and it's a point-and-click game with limited scenes, and the screen would distort with this weird color burn issue I would have to restart to fix. I haven't heard of that game. Still 100%ed the game and got the platinum trophy. Wow. So it must have been really good. Yeah, I mean, I'm always all for execs taking less money. I mean, who can complain about that? I don't think anyone's fighting for the exec. Oh, I guess some people are. This is interesting. I don't really know what to do with this little bit of collision. But the production budget for Skyrim VR was, of course, more than any game that we, you know, I'm sure that the production budget for Skyrim VR was north of 5 million. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. So it would be very hard to do a better job than them. I just think the nature of the game is impossible for VR. VR just sucks at making immersive worlds that you move through the world as an avatar. VR is only good for things where you're standing in one place. It's kind of opposite because everyone thinks that VR is like the most immersive thing, that you would want VR for these immersive worlds. But unfortunately, we just haven't solved the problem of how to move around in these worlds in VR. Betty Mize says, I read some of your posts on eShade optimization. Found it super interesting. Hey, rock on. Thanks for checking that stuff out. Must have been difficult. Yeah, it was. I've said before on this stream that optimizing eShade was 60% of the total resources that went into that game were just purely going to optimization. The game was poop. My standards are low. My point is Bethesda ain't what they used to be. Alex seems like it's come the closest. Yeah, exactly. And does anyone have any guesses as to what the production budget of that game was? Because I mean, you're talking about the largest private games company in the world who literally bet their entire farm on VR, right? Like I mean, not their entire farm, but they're very heavily invested in VR. They have their own VR headset. They have every reason to, you know, put as much money as they possibly can into that game. Okay, let's see. So really, I should not have been, I just wasn't thinking here. I should not have done that lake. Players shouldn't be able to even go here. I don't know what I'm going to do about all these rocks. I really should have put collision on them. Let's see, let's turn off the shape. Yeah, people are going to want to walk that way. So we're going to want to put like another boulder. Let's grab this boulder right here. Let's stick a big old boulder like right there. Let's do like -1. Something like that. And then maybe another. We'll grab like this whole situation here. And then we'll copy it and move it over. Something to sort of, I don't, you guys probably can't see, but it's right here. It's where I'm working. Just something to really sell the fact that you can't go any further in that direction. Sony invested 250 mil into Concord and believed it was too big to fail. Ghost of Christmas Future says, kind of thinking I want to play VR games before all of it gets figured out and locked in and all VR games end up samey. Interesting. Like you're thinking it's like the Wild West right now. I turned off our walls, so I can't see what's going on. Let me apply. Okay, that's pretty good. Make sure we got the collision, goes about to there. And then let's see what else. So just turning on the mesh render. Yeah, I think that this is okay. It's really hard to decide where to put these. Oh yeah, okay, there's a rock there, so we do want to cover that up. And then the bush here, I'll try to get that bush in there. And then once we get that bush, then I think nobody should be able to go anything toward there. Something like that. there's just going to be so many rocks that you can walk through. I might have to make some kind of script that sort of adds a collider to them. Let's move the viz. For anyone who's coming to the stream and doesn't know what the heck I'm doing, I'm just adding collision walls to all this like foliage and art and stuff. I'm just kind of moving around this little camera, and I'm looking through here at the bottom. This is the important shot right here. This is the game view. And just trying to make sure the player can't walk off the path here. Like 3D games around the PlayStation 1 and N64. Yeah, people did have like weird camera controls and all kinds of stuff. Duckmuck says No Man's Sky is good in VR, so is Paper Beast. Call of the Mountain, all kinds of games you have to move around. Half-Life Alyx, Metro, tons of cool games that are successful. Well, success, I sort of define success usually by revenue. And most of those games are successful outside of their VR. Half-Life Alyx is the one premier title that is literally, that game is like a game that had to happen for the VR. But yeah, maybe I'm being too hard on VR, or maybe I'm just not interested in it, so. Not really keeping up with it. But it does seem like VR is the thing that everyone loves to comment. Like, they love to tell you that people love to request VR, I guess is what I'm saying. But nobody seems to want to play VR. And so few people even have a VR headset. Okay, well, gotta wall off this somehow, so. I'll have to come up with some prescription for that wall over there. And probably more importantly, we should have a run. We should run around, feel this a little bit. I've had 3 headsets so far. I can tell you it's far better visually and sound-wise, but it all falls apart when you try to interact or move. VR is going nowhere until we have some kind of virtual movement and interaction system developed that feels right. So that's Dramir's take right there is what I'm talking about. That's what seems like a lot of players feel like about VR. And I guess it's good for some people. Like Tuckmuck seems to enjoy it, saying we've got lots of great examples of games that you can move around in space. But then we've got, folks like Dremir who says, no, it's not it yet. We're not there yet. Nobody's saying that about like twin stick controls or like first person shooters or something. Nobody's being like, no, we still don't have a great way to control. That's sort of a solved problem, I feel like. But VR, different story. Doesn't seem like we're there yet. And it's not really a problem that I'm interested in trying to solve, so. Zahib, hello, welcome. Rahara Starbane says, hello, by the way. Says, there are VR games I would like to play, but I'm still under the impression that VR headsets aren't made with glasses in mind. That's true, too. Once in 2 months. Wow. Thanks, Rizmari. Yeah, they are very expensive, and then the hardware you need is pretty expensive too. Okay, just trying to find a spot for this collision wall right up against this tree here. Probably save. We've done a lot of work here. Okay, let's move our Viz camera again because we've sort of mastered the immediate area. Hey, thanks for lurking around, Rahara. Dramier says, I wear glasses, have no issues using VR. That's good to know. All the headsets I have work just fine. Good to know, good to know. Most people that say that only tried VR in its infancy and think that's still where it's at. It's evolved like crazy. I have to use VR in my architecture firm. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, that seems like a really great use case for VR. Architectural visualization. I bet you get a much better idea for the space when you can look around in VR. I need to just kind of cover up all these bushes with collision. And I should probably check the collision of all these mushrooms too. I don't even know if they have collision. So crazy how much work I have to do on this stuff. Dang it, we're moving really quickly around this perimeter, but I keep having to move this little viz camera, which I guess is a good thing. Let's move it up now. There we go. So we're gonna have to come up with some reason why you can't go up there. Right now it's definitely looking like you can go up there, which I do not want. I guess I'm gonna have to fill it with rocks and stuff. I'll go ahead and apply my changes to the prefab. Sure it's locked in there. Ruse Mari says, I was thinking about building my own engine with Rust and then connect it to Godot or Unity or others to just display what happens in the engine, like all the logic, all the entity management will occur in the engine, and then Godot Unity will paint however you like what happens in the engine. Would this make sense? Yeah. Yeah, I think that you can absolutely do that. Basically, you're talking about just using the renderer, right? You're thinking about just using the renderer of the engine, possibly the runtime. I guess it's kind of like what they did with Oblivion Remastered, right? Sort of used the rendering layer of Unreal, and then they used the original engine for the sort of entity system and all the game logic and stuff. Yeah, I think you can totally do that. And in the case of Godot, you have full open source access, so it might even be able to do that to, on an even deeper level. You might even be able to literally make the renderer like part of your own engine branch if you want, just to completely take their render and rewrite everything else. I think if you wanted to do that, you could do it like as a sort of experiment to learn. I'm sure you would learn a ton. If you wanted to do that for a commercial game, I guess you would probably just need a really good reason as to why that was necessary. Because the engines themselves, like, they already have the entity, all the entity systems handled, and the transforms and parent-child relationships and all that kind of stuff. Like, they do a pretty good job. You would I think you would really need a good reason to want to do that, unless it's just for learning. If it's just for learning, you don't need a good reason. Well, you already have a good reason. You want to experiment and learn, which is beautiful. Premier says, if you don't have money burning a hole in your pocket, don't bother with VR. Maybe if you have a friend or somebody you know wants to sell their used headset at a good price, otherwise just not worth it. Gotcha. I'll be right back, folks. Okay. I'm just putting some rocks down here. I'll turn off the mesh render. Yeah, I could still fill this area with a lot of rocks, I think. Really make sure that it feels like you're not supposed to go there. I hope one day I can figure this out. The whole collision thing in a way that is satisfying to people. Sometimes they feel like I'll never figure it out because I prioritize visuals too highly in our games. Like, because I'm always like visuals first, I need to make it absolutely jaw-droppingly gorgeous is like my main goal, and make it look unique and make it look varied and make it look like, you know, have a real sense of place and make it have a shtick, like make it have some sort of unique sort of visual thing to grab onto. Like this scene has these giant mushrooms and these huge rooted trees. Maybe I'm so focused on that sort of just makes my life really hard when it comes to the walling of the area. Harry Bo Goldbear, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I guess if our games looked really ugly, but had perfect collision that nobody complained about, probably nobody would buy them, right? I guess that's the nice part. People will come to the game because it moves them visually, but then then they'll complain about the collision, and maybe that's just my burden to bear. I think we can put one more bush back here to sort of fill out the space. I'm just looking down here and I'm seeing that there's sort of this hole. Check what that was. That is a resub. Jank, thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Rock on. All right. Yeah, doing pretty good. Moving along, moving along. Valley of the Wind. Hello, hello. Dev is going pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Moving along. Gotta keep swimming, keep the wheels moving. Premier says, if you had perfect collision in your games, but now they're ugly, then obviously today's gamers would immediately complain that it was lazy and ugly. You can't win. You should know this by now. Yeah, actually, I don't even think they'd complain that it was ugly because they would never even see the game, because nobody would click on the game, nobody would buy the game, and then it would not rank well enough to even get enough of an audience for people to complain. the bigger audience you have, the more complaints you have to read. But I think a lot of games, they don't even end up with an audience. And yeah, I think you're right about that. I think if the game was ugly, it would never even, make it to the point of people complaining about it. This talk of collisions reminds me of Skyrim. Often quite bonkers, horse and mountain goat, but it actually adds to the game. I think that the horse was a conscious choice. I think that they were like, they wanted people when they rode their horse to just be able to basically be like a four-wheel drive monster truck. I think they just felt like it felt better to just roll through the terrain, or roll over weird rocks and corners and weird slopes and things. And so they just probably, gave a ton of tolerance on the incline that the horse controller could traverse over. And I think that it was just a choice, honestly. I think that's how we ended up with Skyrim horse. That would be my guess. I could be wrong, but I bet it was a choice. They just felt like it felt better to be able to do that. But unfortunately, I have to admit that the collision in our games is definitely worse than an Elder Scrolls game. They have a lot of money. They've got a lot of money and a lot of developers. Ramir says, one of the unsaid elements of many successful games is having just the right amount of jank sprinkled or left in. I don't see many videos on how important it actually is, but I believe it's a big factor. Interesting. You think that jank is an important thing? I think that, like, for the friend slop genre, I think that, like, the whole genre is built on jank. The jank is like the fun. But I don't think it's super important for all genres. I do think there is an art to knowing, to being able to pick your battles. I think that's really important. And, jank is just a consequence of, wait, does this have collision? Oh dear. I might have to put collision on these trees here. The jank you leave in is just knowing what's important and what's not. It's like, this is not important for the game, for the overall experience. Like, we don't need to spend a lot of time on this. We can just let this be a little janky and focus on other things that are more important. That's definitely something I feel strongly about. Something I'm always trying to, trying to make good decisions on. Like the actually collisions in the walling is one of them that previously I really, because I don't value it and I don't care about it, I just never put a lot of time into it. But I've just heard enough complaints from gamers to where I just had to sort of change the balance. Oh shit, I forgot to take my garbages out. Guys, I gotta be right back. Sorry, everybody. Catch up a chat here real quick. Decatex, hello, says, appreciate the heart and passion in your games enough that I can definitely overlook some little collision issues. Appreciate that. Good to know. Arvix says, does the game have combat? No, it does not have combat. No Eastshade Studios game will ever have combat. Sort of our thing. Marty said, I'd assume it was a conscious choice, boils down to what you want the game to feel like. Visual first sounds good to me. All right. Yeah, definitely sort of the cut of our jibs, just visual and world building. We just really like to build that sense of place. Unintended use cases is the new not a bug, it's feature. Jank is the reason why a lot of older games are still relevant. Not sure if that really applies to modern games though. You don't really see use after 3 glitches. Yeah, I don't know. At one point I would have agreed with you. Oh, okay, talking to Ramir. All right. Continuing with our little collision here. Putting it around the border of the trees. Finally, we get to this big pink bush, so we'll start putting the collision on that. I'll see if I missed any. All looks well. 41 viewers on Twitch. I think that's the largest amount of viewers I've had in a very, very, very long time. I think this is a great, probably really good time to stream because Europe is in the middle of their day and East Coast on the United States, everybody's getting up for work. And even on the West Coast, some people might be getting up for school and classes and things. And potentially work if you work really early. Perfect for East Coast remote workers. Yeah, I bet that's it. I bet I'd have a lot more average viewers if I streamed. For one, if I actually had a consistent schedule. But also if I streamed this early in the morning all the time. But I'll never have a consistent stream schedule. Okay, so I'm going to move my Viz cam again. This one's kind of, let's check this out. So turn off. All right, so we should probably put a bush in here just to sort of fill out the space so it doesn't look like an invisible wall. Oh. Okay, and now let's go back to the wall. Oh, we're probably gonna need to fill that in too. God dang it. Not awake enough to start. Rahara says, that bug I'm talking about. Oh, are you talking about the Skyrim bug maybe? Yeah, that's a really bad one. Those are the worst kinds of ones. Sort of save breaking bugs. Those are the worst ones, man. But sometimes sometimes if the bug is spooky enough, by spooky enough I mean either rare enough or just hard enough to reproduce, it can be so hard to fix it. There are some freaking nightmare level bugs. Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I can imagine that would be very frustrating. Usually bugs that are really bad, if they're really, really bad and they haven't been fixed, it's usually because they're really rare. Usually how it goes, fortunately. Of course, no bug feels rare when it happens to you. When it happens to you, it feels like, oh my god, why isn't this the highest damn priority thing that they have in their entire studio? Why isn't this fixed? Yeah, I got you, Dramir. I feel like Dramir probably was talking about more like the yeah, that kind of stuff, and the like more like friend slop bugs, I think. Probably not, yeah, not save corruption bugs or like game progress impeding bugs or game destroying bugs, yeah. Valley of the Wind says, so this wall is a collider so the player can't enter this area. Yeah, so this is just kind of shoring up the edges, walling off the places that the player, sort of boundaries of the forest where the player won't be able to go. The absolute bane of my existence. I don't mind it. I don't mind doing it. I kind of enjoy making collision meshes, but I've been complaining that I just feel like we seem to never really get the right balance on walling in games. People seem to complain about invisible walls with our games a lot. No, they're not invisible walls. They're just maybe poorly prescribed walls, or sort of dubiously prescribed, or maybe inconsistently prescribed walls. Obviously, I know that those are very bad offenses, but I just have not been strict enough and consistent enough and thorough enough in walling our games. And I'm also not willing to make my life easier by hurting the visuals of the game. Premier says, draw a path in your game for players to follow, and then they will want to go absolutely anywhere else but the path. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? I know, and there's certain things that I feel like gamers, like now, you know, we're in the sort of open world era where it's like, especially young gamers, you know, everyone seems to think that they want games that don't have a path. Everyone seems to want games that, you know, are infinite and open and like can do anything you want, highly systemic. But I don't know. I don't know. It almost seems like a universal virtue in games now that it being open world is not, it's not like a design choice. It's just like a universally positive thing. At least that's sort of the way I feel like some people see it, and they're certainly more popular. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if gamers don't quite know what they want, and maybe people still really enjoy a little bit more constraints and direction, and maybe more importantly, hand-authored content. The more systemic the game, the less hand-authored the content tends to be. And I don't know, myself as a gamer, I really enjoy hand-authored content. I don't want it to go away. I really like that sort of expression that the designer might add, or the writer or the artist. I like feeling that. This is an insanely long road of walling. It's gonna take a long time. Oh. So do none of these trees have collision? That's crazy. That is crazy. I guess I should start, maybe I should feel a little bit how this collision is going. Okay. I'm gonna apply. Rock on, that's great. I love that, Noma Streams. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name too bad. It could be No Miss Streams. Could be Nama Streams. Sahib says, I think it's just that players are becoming more nuanced in their approach to liking games. I love open world games, but I'm now recently leaning more towards linear/directed kind of game experiences. Tears of the Kingdom and Elden Ring is still incredible games to me, and the best kind of open world games. Yeah, definitely. And those I would categorize as very highly hand-authored games. Okay, all these mushrooms need collision. Every single one. And ain't none of these mushrooms have collision. I think that I might need to just put 1/1 collision on all of them. Gosh, and none of these trees have collision. Oh, right. I didn't do any of the right side, just all the left side. Okay, that felt pretty good. Cool. Okay, those rocks feel great. I'm really happy with that collision. Gonna be able to walk through the rocks, but that feels pretty good. This feels really good. I'm pushing up against this. This feels right. This is okay, right, guys? You guys tell me if you think this is okay. Do you guys see what I'm doing right now? I'm just literally pushing up, and I'm just trying to walk into the trees. Is this an invisible wall, in your guys' opinion? Like, I'm trying to push up right now, and see, she can't walk here. Is this an invisible wall? Or is this clear going on? Like, okay, here's the path. This is a giant rooty tree. This is a giant jumble of rocks. This is water. You can't swim in this water. This is swampy water. Is this okay, or is this an invisible wall? I want my most gamery, skeptical, invisible wall hating viewer to weigh in on this. Rahara says, someone who played a lot of games with combat in them, absolutely happy to stay on a path. Rock on. Looks great. Nothing that seems bad. Okay, great. Thank you, Zahib. Seems clear to me, says Valley of the Winds. Can't platform on all those mushrooms, unsubbed. I can't go left either. Can't go left onto this. Maybe I should let players walk into the water just a little bit and splash around. Because normally you can walk into the water, but I don't know. It's weird. But then I've got to make all the like water markup volume and everything. So here's an invisible wall. Like right now I cannot go left. I can't go left in there. See there, that's gonna piss people off. I need to fill that with something. This one is probably more forgivable, but I'm sure still people would call this an invisible wall. This, I can't go north, that's just the water. That feels good because I can't even see what's going on. Oh. This is weird. How to like put something here. Can't go left. I need to cover this with a bunch of stones and stuff. That little weird little island. Pretty good. Okay, here's purely invisible. People are gonna be like, why can't I walk here? Why can't I walk here? Like to me, you zoom out and it's clear, right? These rocks, like you can't, I'm trying to tell you, you can't go here. Here you can't go here. I'm gonna need to fill that with rocks because this is just ugly. Can't go here. Can't go here. Okay, here's a little bit of an invisible wall. Pushing up right there. See, I can't go there. In the spot where my mouse is. And Jake says, you sound so traumatized from invisible wall hater. I am. I'm traumatized by them. I'm a really sensitive boy. I'm traumatized by all of the negative feedback I've ever gotten about our games, which is literally thousands of things. I remember every negative thing and I store it into my little brain. And it just creates this little essence of darkness. And it talks to me every day. Rahara says, from a completely gamer-only perspective, if something is meant to be used as a platform, it really needs to have a visual component saying use this to move around. The rocks pretty much say to me that I'm not meant to go there. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's what the rocks say. That's what they're supposed to be saying. Fortunately, this rock has collision. Okay, I can't go further here, so I need some collision there. I think I am going to have to put water volume on this because it does feel weird that I can't go in a little bit like knee deep. This is strange. I would need a rock right there. That feels pretty good. That's good. That's good. Feels good. Good. I would say this feels okay. Can't believe none of these mushrooms have collision. I don't want players to get stuck with all these mushrooms. I'm surprised that this one works. I think this one works fairly well. I think it's because it's so dark. So dark here, it doesn't look like a spot you should be able to walk. So that works. This clearly needs some kind of bush or shrub. Gramir says, the first hard lesson I had to learn be a game dev was to learn fast which negative feedback is valid and which goes into a void of thanks for your feedback. I'm already hard enough on myself. I didn't need additional negativity. Gamers don't really realize how lucky they are. There are any game devs left at all. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I know. I haven't learned. I mean, I on a intellectual level, I know which criticisms are like useful and which ones are really, most criticism is useful. Even if they have a bunch of mean things, right? They might say 20 mean things, but there's one thing in there that sort of, they're just like a data point, right? Just like, okay, like let's say there's a criticism that said, wow, this dev is so stupid. They're so lazy. I can't believe how lazy they are. Honestly, like how stupid can you be? What did they spend like 3 days on this game? Like this is just really lazy and awful. There's invisible walls everywhere. So the distillation of that entire feedback, if you can call it that, was this is one more player who didn't like the collision walling. Check. So I just literally, they're just a count. They're just a statistic. Like, okay, one more player who didn't like the collision walling. Then I see another comment who's like, yeah, you know, this game is pretty good. I liked X and Y and Z. I thought the invisible walls were a little annoying sometimes. Okay. That's just another little tick. Just adding one more that didn't like the invisible walls or the collision walling. They didn't like the accuracy or the consistency of the collision walling. So that's kind of, on an intellectual level, I know how to do it, but it doesn't stop it from annoying me and hurting me sometimes, I guess. Kind of interesting, not actually the personal, it's not the personal criticism that bothers me, like when people like actually say mean things, like just actual ad hominem things. It's really the stupid criticisms that bother me more than anything, for some reason. Like literally just like a dumb take bothers me more than someone who actually says something like personal and hurtful. Like calling you lazy, right? That would be like a personal, like, this dev is so lazy. That's a personal attack. But that one doesn't bother me that much. I think it's because it's just like so absurd that it doesn't, it's like doesn't even, like, oh, when I read that, I'm like, oh, this person is like actually cray cray. It's just the bad takes that bother me more. Like, somebody once was like, they were upset that Ishe didn't have customizable input, which is completely valid and reasonable. Perfect. Tick one for the would have liked to see remappable input. But then she went on like a tirade about how easy it is and how it's really unacceptable that it doesn't have that. And she like completely simplified how hard it actually is to do customizable input. And that annoys me more than like anybody's personal attack. Just the fact that she got that wrong annoys me with such conviction, you know, like just like, oh, it's so easy, any game should do it. Well, actually, there's a lot of considerations you probably haven't thought about, like the fact that, you know, you can't just remap every key because some keys can't be remapped, right? Like the left click, that needs to work in the UIs, but maybe in the game, left click, you want it to be mappable. Like someone wants left click to be attack, or someone else wants like F to be attack, or whatever it is. But that left click needs to be different in the UIs. Like there's so many little things about how it works that you need to work out that like people just don't understand. It bothers me when they say with conviction, you know, how hard something is and they don't actually know. And I'm not getting thicker skin, I would say. If anything, I'm getting thinner skin over the years. Just put yellow paint on the path. There we go. That'll make it easy. See, that's what I'm talking about. There's so many solutions to solve this problem in 3 seconds. They're just ugly. That's exactly how I look at feedback as well. And I believe it's quite common for how people deal with a lot of criticism. Yeah, it's kind of the only way you can do it, right? Just tally it up. That's all you can do. Just tally up the, you know, the most important things are just the people that are just the things that people are complaining about the most. I'm so lazy. I spent hundreds of thousands of hours in my life. I know. When players say X thing is easy to implement, my eyes roll into my head. I know, right? Just add multiplayer, yeah. That one is like, that one's not only dumb for obviously how difficult it is on a technical level, but also for the design implications. Like when people are like, this game would be so perfect with multiplayer. And they're saying that about a game that literally cannot even exist with multiplayer. Like in order for this game to have multiplayer, and you see this on basically every game in existence, you can find a bunch of threads in the Steam forums, people saying that it would be better with multiplayer. And there's a lot of games that are just like, this, in order for this game to have multiplayer, it would just have to be a completely different game. Like there would be nothing left of the actual game. So why are you saying that it would be better with multiplayer? If you want a multiplayer game, then you can just say, I would prefer if this game was a completely different game entirely, because I want to play a different game that has multiplayer. Okay, fine. Kind of weird to say in the forum, because it's okay. You want something completely different, go play something completely different. But it's funny when people say this game would be better with multiplayer, as if that's like, I don't know. It's really funny. Like, you shouldn't have to be like technically knowledgeable. Like you don't have to be like a programmer to think from the armchair about why, you know, there are some games that just simply can't have multiplayer without completely, you know, gutting the entire foundation of the game. Zaib says the most egregious comments are those that spout nonsense about seemingly easy things like balancing or adding options in the settings menu for a lot of things. Oh my gosh, that's a huge one. You're so right, Zahib. Yeah, adding options for things. Why don't you just do it both ways and then add an option? All these things take so much time and can be extremely convoluted. I know, right? And then once you add the option, then you have to maintain both versions. Like people are like, why don't you just, I don't like first person. Why don't you add an option for third person? Is it really so hard? Just like add a little checkbox in the, and there's like 1,000 consequences to that. And then you have to like build the game twice from two different perspectives and all the crap that goes with that. And all the, like, even the entire world needs to change. Like the collision, you need to have an entire another layer of collision just so that the camera doesn't clip into stuff. It's like so crazy. Kramer says, as a gamer of over 40 years and a game dev myself, let me tell you, your game from what I'm seeing right now looks beautiful, handcrafted. Oh, thank you. This is so kind. Well, thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Other devs out there like you, walking this path and keeping the faith are what keeps me motivated. Well, rock on. Rock on, Dremir. Okay. Let's go back to our Dark Force 2. So that was very, we walked all around and I just sort of took a note of all the different parts that need a bit more asset support, a little bit more environment support for the collision. So let's go check out the walls. So the parts that I remember are, was it right there? Was that it? Let me check put our player up here. Oh, let's get the viz. Viz. It wasn't there. Where was it? There was one really close to the beginning that I thought needed more asset support. Dang it. I already lost it. I already lost it. Was it right here? No, I don't think it was there. Over here? I thought that this whole part was pretty well shored up. But I definitely felt like there was something right here that was an issue, and I'm just not remembering where it was. Okay, well, that's annoying. Right, okay, so here's one. I remember this one. So this one just needed another bit of asset support. The rock like right here. There, I think that's all that one needs. Yeah, that already looks like you can't go there. And then looking at the walls. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all good. All good. Oh, this was weird how far back you could go. Right, we needed a bunch more rocks right here. Sort of prescribe this wall. Catch up here. Game she plays. Hello, hello. Tiny links. Just today, I finished implementing Unity's character controller package exactly to do camera collisions and 3D person view. Even when it's ready to use, it took me a week to integrate with my existing systems for it to start working, not being good, right? Yeah, and then as you build your world, you'll just keep on finding hundreds of different little annoying things that like you need to adjust your collision in the world for. It'll just like never end. Third person camera controls are really hard. Gramir said, we had a complaint the game was too dark, so we added a gamma setting with the whole adjust until barely visible thing. The other dev also asked the user if the torch just wasn't bright enough, or the response, what torch? They didn't know about the torch. They were just walking around in the in the dark without a torch. Funny. Arvik says, is developing top-down 2D way easier than 3D? In some ways, it's much easier, yes, for sure. Yeah, in some ways, it's much easier. I would say for optimization, it's really easy compared to 3D, like really, 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 really easy. And it's not even the 2D versus 3D, because this game really is 3D. It's just the fixed camera that is the big difference. And it's really nice to just have control of the camera and know what angle you're going to be looking at stuff from. So I did a whole thing on, I'll plug my little YouTube video here. Let me pull it up. It's a banger. It's I swear with this YouTube thing, sometimes I feel like the best videos, they don't get any views. You just never know which video is going to work and which one isn't. But I've got a video. One second, I'm loading over here on the second monitor. My most recent devlog is called Making Beautiful Top-Down Worlds, and I'll link it. So that's my most recent video, and it's all specifically about making top-down worlds and all the cool things you can do that you can't do with a free camera. And one way that it's harder is in a full 3D world, when you have full 3D assets, it's actually a lot easier to flesh out areas because you can like take one rock and just like rotate it in different angles and scale it and all kinds of stuff. And of course, in this game, you can't rotate assets unless they're fully 3D, which actually rotating assets is so incredibly powerful in terms of creating like variety and blocking out spaces that we actually do make some assets fully 3D. Like check out this tree. This is literally just straight up full 3D. And I put like a shader on it to make it look like it's hand drawn. Of course, it's got the right texture and everything. But that rooting it, this would be impossible. Can you imagine if someone had to draw all this like so? Because it's all rooty. So if you repeated it, it would just look horrible. You would have to draw like 20 variants. But with full 3D, I only have 2 variants, and then I can just rotate them all different ways, and they all look completely different. So that is one way that 3D is a lot easier. Bucky says, when are we going to get a new devlog? Yeah, they take me a long time. They're a lot of work. And I don't know, some of them don't really get that many views. Like if we make a devlog, you know, I think the one with the least amount of views is like 20,000 views, I think. For 20,000 views for 3 days of work, man, that's tough sledding. So it's hard. But I actually have a whole nother devlog with the whole script written. But I just haven't recorded it. And coming up with the footage is the hardest part. I feel like I could write a bunch of essays. That would be easy. I could shoot the shit so much about. I could talk forever, really. I could write like 20 essays easily. But coming up with the footage to show it, that's the hard part. That takes forever. Dev Dost says, have you built any game engine? I've never built a game engine. My background is 3D art. Now I do programming, but I'm just programming in Unity. Shiny Link says, loved all your videos on YouTube. Hey, appreciate that. I'm so happy YouTube allowed small dev go viral sometimes. We need more of that. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, we've only had one viral video, and that was not a devlog. That was, you know, my wife and I went all in, made an indie game, made millions. That was the one viral video we had. It would be really hard to find another topic like that. So I don't know. It's really hard struggling with it. Saying this as a gamer, I'm not a game dev at all, but sometimes gamers really are TLDR about looking around the game and, oh, like they don't want to look around sort of thing. Yeah, or they're TLDR about the tutorial. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, we know it. Don't we know it? Bucky asks, your wife makes the art. Yeah, she does all the textures. She all the she draws all the sprites and stuff. And does all the writing and a bunch of other stuff. And she draws all the characters and buildings and everything. Kind of related, but Substance Designer is a godsend for 3D. I haven't used it yet, but I know it's the way. I know it's the way to do it these days. Game she plays is verging towards choosing a more fixed angle approach, even though I'm building in full 3D. I still think there's tremendous power in doing a fixed camera, even in a 3D game. In fact, our next game after Glimmerwick, I have this crazy dream. I have this crazy dream of like a new sort of paradigm for camera. I want to do a fixed camera 3D game, which is, I mean, these are like unheard of, right? A fixed camera 3D game, we think of what, like Resident Evil or something like that. There's like just not that many of them. But I think that we gave up, as an industry, we gave up on them a little too early. And I think that you could do some really magical stuff with a fixed camera. Not necessarily a stationary, it doesn't have to be stationary, but just, all I mean by fixed camera is a camera that the player does not have any control over. So you can only move your avatar and the camera does what it does. But I think there's such cool things we could do. You could put the camera on a track and it would follow the player as close as it can, but it's always still locked onto that track and it's just pointing at the player. You could do, like, I call them camera magnets, where you enter an area and the camera sort of lerps into a fixed angle. Then you leave the area and it sort of lerps back onto the track. Like, there's so many cool things you can do with the camera. And I think you can make the game look so good because you always know the camera angle. I think performance and optimization would be a breeze because, again, you always know the camera angle. You don't need to worry so much about, you know, LODs and draw distance and sight lines and things like that. You would basically always have this control over how far away, like you could, you know, make really low fidelity trees to go way off the path that you know the camera will never get to and stuff like that. I just think it'd be so cool. You can make such a beautiful game for way less money. You can make a bigger world for less money, and you can make higher fidelity for less money. I'm really into it. I'm going to try it. No Miss Stream says you work 3 days on a devlog. Oh yeah, to make one devlog takes at least 3 days. Oh yeah, that's probably how you found me. That doesn't surprise me. That video has like way more views than anything else. That video has 2 million views now. Game she plays says, really like Final Fantasy X camera. It changes angle and distance, but no player control, so they could spend so much time on the bits they let us see. Yes, exactly. Another game is like, was it like Tales of Valeria? I think it's called. Sort of similar thing. The camera is fixed; it tracks to the player, but the player can't control it. And I'm just so fascinated. I'm so fascinated by that. I really want to explore it, and I'm really curious if gamers hate it, because it didn't seem like a common complaint of those games. People weren't asking to be able to move the camera. And there's just so much opportunity. Thanks, Dawn. Appreciate that. Made my first devlog in 1 to 2 hours, mostly because I recorded my voice again and again. Well, 1 to 2 hours is really fast. It takes me 3 days because I write out the script, then I record, and I don't one-shot it. I do it in takes, and then I splice it all together and edit it and make it all perfect. I balance all out the audio levels so like that my voice stays the same volume the entire time. Then I have to start thinking of how to like illustrate what I'm talking about. So then I have to go in and record a bunch of game footage and splice it all up. And yeah, it takes 3 days is pretty fast. And I know that some people would spend even longer than that on making a video. It takes really a lot of work. Like, so if you did it in 1 to 2 hours, that's blazing fast. That's nothing. Yeah, I've not figured out the YouTube thing. I don't know how to. I don't know what kind of. I don't know who my audience is, I guess. It's like I hear from in my chat, like some people are not game devs right now, which I love. I love that. That's like the holy grail. Like I assume, people are just in the chat because they think that games we're making are cool and they just want to see sort of how they're made. They just want to see sort of behind the scenes. And I struggle really hard with coming up with content for that kind of person and how to reach that kind of person. I really don't want to get stuck in like tutorial hell. I would never like want to make tutorials or something like that just for the straight game dev. Definitely not what I want to do. We got to put a lot more rocks over here. So I'm just going to grab this entire like kit and caboodle over here and just fill in that whole area. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Bahar says, I want to play this game. All right. Music to my ears. That's the best thing. That's the best thing I want to hear. Tuxedo says, that's me, brother, just watching the process. Always something I've wanted to do. Hey, that's amazing. So glad you're here. Thanks for dropping by. Moderately crestfallen that I'm not going to be able to play this anytime soon. The process of making something takes time. Yes, in our case, 6 years and counting. All right, sounds good, Arvix. Thanks for dropping by and great luck on your game. And thank you, Rahara. Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya, game she plays. I like that too. Sometimes it's just nice to have a stream up so you don't feel alone. Feel like you got some vibes. The vibes of creation. Feel it. just putting some rocks over here on this edge because I know that you could actually like see that museum. And I just want to feel a little bit more polished over there. And there's just so much more to do, like, oh yeah, so try to move the viz. Actually, you know, Zatrick, hello. I'm a systems dev, but just chilling in game dev channels is fun while I work. Gotcha. Good to know. I really like hearing from you guys about like sort of what your background is and why you're here is very interesting to me. Love game dev, but no time. Yeah, I feel ya. All right. With all that being said, though, I think I'm gonna have to call it a stream. What is my uptime right now? How long have I been streaming? 5 hours and 27 minutes. Is that the longest I've ever streamed in my life? That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Love watching artistic process. Rock on, rock on. A UE Unreal Engine 4 dev. Okay, good to know. Okay, guys. All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I think I'm gonna have to call that a stream. And you know, hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. I think that's good for now. Oh yeah, if you're new to the stream, then please, or new to the YouTube channel also, I'd be really appreciative if you check out our game, Songs of Glimmerwick, head over to our Steam page, and just see if it's something that you think you'd want to play. Of course, if you wishlist it, you get notified when it gets released, so you don't forget about it, and that would mean a lot to us. All right, folks. Great hanging out with y'all, and hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. All right, peace.